You know, in the beginning, this whole thing was, I can do something that makes... Look, this is a man who has spent his whole life telling the world, I am the greatest. You know, I am special. I am different, you know. And at the time when you reach the largest sense of exasperation with him, when you say, why don't you shut up because you're not, he does something to prove that he is. And then there's nothing you can say.
Like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I must be the greatest.
Muhammad Ali was probably the greatest champion in the history of boxing. A magical blend of speed, strength, grace, and courage. But Ali transcends boxing. He transcends sport. He even transcends national borders. He represents the best of any of us, the most talented, the most fun, the most fiercely principled that humanity can offer. Ultimately, Ali became the foremost citizen on planet Earth, the most recognizable face in the whole world. And this is his story.
When Ali was a baby, he was lying in the bed with me, and he had little strong arms, and he stretched out and hit me in the mouth and loosened up my tooth. And that was the first knockout he ever had.
Born Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. on January 17, 1942, Ali grows up at 3302 Grand Avenue in Louisville, Kentucky.
This is the street where Muhammad Ali actually did his tricks, talked with many friends, and he ran here just jogging to school. We would begin here, run to Central High School every morning during the winter days and summer days. And also we run to Chickasaw Park. We played hide and go seek around here. We rode our bicycles. This was a very busy corner where we shot marbles on the corner, and many activities we did during our early years, right here on 32nd Greenwood.
At the time, Louisville is a racially segregated community, and Ali is struck by the defeatist attitude that many blacks have. Even as a young child, he feels destined to do something, anything for black people. At the age of 11, a direction emerges.
Muhammad was given a bicycle for Christmas, December 6th, 52, and that January, the next month, which was January, which made 53, we went to a home show at Columbia Gym. And while at the home show, my brother drove his bicycle he got for Christmas. The bicycle got stolen. We came out of the meeting, the bicycle was stolen, so we asked for a policeman. And the policeman was a boxing instructor in the basement of the gym.
He was talking about whooping whoever he found that stole his bike, and I said, well, you better learn how to fight first. So he said, I'd like to come here. I said, you can start tonight or tomorrow night, or just keep it. So he did. He started the next night coming down, and he very seldom ever missed. Always, he was there when I got there, and he was there when I left. He's a very devoted kid to it. He enjoyed that boxing.
After he beat me, he was going to be the world heavyweight champion. A certain thing would stick in your mind. And them 3 rounds that week stuck in my mind. And after, right after he was announced the winner by the referee, he was going to be the world's greatest. He was the heavyweight champion of the world already at 14 and 88 pounds, or 12 years old and 88 pounds.
He did some funny things that I can remember. I know when he fought a boy who was a Golden Glove heavyweight champion up in Chicago, and we went up there for first show, and of course we weighed in, and of course this other boy, he was champion, weighed first, and he was next. And he got on the scale, he turned around to me, he said, Mr. Martin, are you ever hurry to get away any place tonight? And I didn't know what he saw. I said, well, no, not really, why? Well, he says, I thought if he was, I could get rid of this guy in 1 round, and then you could get away earlier. And the guy's mouth flew open. He said, listen to this guy.
Young Clay is a hard worker with a gift for boxing. Soon he is in the Golden Gloves, fighting for Louisville, and later for a Chicago team.
Chicago Golden Gloves. Heavyweights Jimmy Jones and Cassius Clay square away. Clay puts on a display of dazzling footwork. In this Tournament of Champions, Louisville's Clay, 18 years old, small as heavyweights go, outfoxes Jones of Gary and piles up the winning points.
At Madison Square Garden, the 33rd Intercity Golden Gloves, with top amateurs of New York and Chicago mixing it up. Cassius Clay of Chicago challenges Gary Joyce, the Eastern heavyweight champ, and Joyce is in trouble from the first round on. It's a TKO decision for Cassius Clay, and more points for the Windy City team, which wins 12 bouts out of the card of 16, sponsored by the News Welfare Association for Tournament Honors.
A lot of people thought he couldn't punch. He could punch. He was a big man, and he was very strong, and there's no reason why he couldn't punch. But you can't punch hard and be moving all the time, and he was moving all the time, and occasionally, if he saw he had you wore down, then he'd settle down on his feet, where he could punch, and he could punch just like any other heavyweight. He could hurt you. He was a big man.
In the 178-pound class, another Louisville boy, Cassius Clay.
Who ate, slept, drank, talked, dreamed the medal, the gold medal, the gold medal, the gold medal. That's what the whole thing was all about. Slept in Rome with the gold medal on. Sat on the stairs, or in the Olympic Village as well, with the medal on, and here they come, here come the Danes, here come the... Hi, I'm Cassius Clay, I got the... They didn't know what the hell he was saying. They knew it was a medal, they didn't know what the hell he was saying. Different language, but the medal, the medal, the medal.
Cassius Marcellus Clay, light heavyweight, Louisville, Kentucky. Any of you boys plan to turn pro? Well, yes, I was thinking about turning pro. For an example, right now I'm the world's amateur light heavyweight champion, and I'm broke. So if possible.
Clay returns to Louisville a celebrity, obviously comfortable in the cloak of fame. He welcomes the crowds who treat him as a hero. They cheer when he announces his next goal, the heavyweight championship of the world.
This is a very famous bridge in the life of Muhammad Ali. In 1960, Muhammad Ali returned from the Olympics. He won the Olympic gold medal in Rome, Italy, the first Louisvillian to ever win a gold medal in the Olympics. And he returned home. In those days, before the integration happened, Muhammad Ali had his gold medal around his neck. He went to a restaurant downtown here to get some food. They wouldn't serve him. He said, I'm the Louisville champion. I'm the gold medal winner. They said, well, we don't give a damn what you want. You can't get no food in here. So he said, what the hell? He said, I'm a champion, world champion. It's my hometown. Give me some food. They said, no, we can't serve you. So he got angry. He said, I was with Muhammad. He said, Rockman, at the time, because they called me Rudy. Rudy, let's go over to the bridge. I'm going to throw this damn gold medal away.
There were diverse stories about whether or not he really threw it in the Ohio River. He insisted he did. Others say it was a matter of fiction. I always believed him.
He said, I'm a world champion, Olympic gold medal winner. You're not proud of me, you have to serve me some food. So he came to this bridge, walked right to this very spot here. He took it off and just threw it in the water. Said, it's not worth nothing.
Now maybe, just maybe, he threw that medal into the Ohio River. Maybe. But if you want my opinion, you could drain the Ohio River, dig up all the mud, and I think you got a better chance of finding a mermaid than a 1960 Olympic gold medal.
On October 26, 1960, Clay turns pro, signing a generous deal that includes a $10,000 bonus, $333 a month, and half of all his winnings.
I'm Bill Faversham, Vice President Brown Foreman. I'm one of the founders of the group of Cassius Clay. I'm also his manager.
I'm W.L. Lyons Brown, Chairman of the Board of Brown Foreman Distillers Corporation. I'm also a farmer in the oil business.
Worth Bingham, Assistant Publisher of the Courier-Journal and Louisville Times.
I'm William Cudgett, President of Brown Williamson Tobacco Corporation, manufacturers of Cools and Viceroys, and also one of the owners of the ABC television station in Louisville, Kentucky.
And so we went out to the camp, and he really liked it. He would run. Oh, this man had so much energy. Oh, yeah!
Clay's first pro fight is against Tunney Hunsaker, whose day job is police chief of Fayetteville, West Virginia. Clay wins in 6 rounds. Clay is a gym rat, an exceptionally hard worker, but still, his trainer Archie Moore is a bit too strict for the youngster's taste.
And I think Archie at one time asked the kid to sweep the floor, and he said, I don't sweep the floor for my mother. Why should I sweep the floor for you? And they wanted to clean up the gym and everything else.
Well, I mean, we had to keep our cabin clean. That was part of the cleanliness. That was part of the task that we all had to do. I did it myself. I swept the floors, and I washed the dishes. He washed the dishes and swept the floors, see? And so he rebelled.
So that's when he came back to Louisville, and then that's when they said they were looking for a trainer. So that's when Lester Mouse said, well, I know a guy named Angelo Dundee who works with a lot of fighters.
Johnson was off balance, but he was hit, too.
The young heavyweight already has much of the style that will later make him famous, but his mastery of ring craft is far behind.
Ali was really not ready as a fighter at all. I mean, you know, he was very clumsy. I mean, he did great things naturally, but I mean, they were feeding him dead men.
Cassius Clay, the white trunks, Alonzo Johnson in black. On our unofficial scorecard, Clay is way ahead. There have been no knockdowns. Let's see what they call that. That's the third time Johnson's been down, but there have been no official knockdowns.
There was a period, like all guys who are great prospects, and in fact they're going to be great fighters, and you know they're going to be great fighters. Well, you don't put them in with great fighters. There's a learning process.
Metcalf's left eye, closing rapidly. Trickle of blood below it. That's Metcalf down. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He doesn't know where he is. They're going to stop it, and they should.
Once Ali himself knew that he really had learned his trade and knew the nuances of it, then these museum guards and unemployed shepherds that he was fighting disappeared into the night, and he began to fight real people.
Cassius Clay, Sonny Banks. Very tough fight. A nothing to win kind of a fight. The media didn't know him. I knew the guy was a great left hooker. I warned Muhammad about him being a converted southpaw. He didn't listen too good because he got nailed with a perfect left hook.
Cassius Marcellus Clay is but 20 years old, but he's making a strong imprint on the sport of pugilism. As an amateur in 1960, he won the AAU light heavyweight, the Golden Gloves heavyweight, and the Olympic light heavyweight crowns. As a professional, he has won all 10 bouts, scoring 7 knockouts. Lucian Sonny Banks is 21 years old. In 12 starts, Banks has won 10, scoring 9 knockouts. Round 1, 10 rounds scheduled. Clay in the white trunks and Banks in black. Clay is the most loquacious heavyweight since Jack Sharkey. He's ranked 9th by Ring magazine. Banks is unranked.
Young Clay already has many of his signature skills. The jitterbug footwork, the stinging jab, the machine gun flurries of punches, the uncanny knack for dodging blows. But against Sonny Banks, he shows off one more gift, an iron jaw.
Ruby Goldstein, the referee. There goes Clay on the floor. He's got to take the mandatory 8 count.
I knew that night there was greatness in Muhammad Ali because he got nailed with a perfect left hook coming in, got knocked down. He was out on the way down. He woke up once his backside hit that canvas. He got up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. That's when I knew I had a guy with greatness because remarkable how he survived that one punch.
The man yelling stay in there is Bill Faversham, one of 11 Louisville businessmen who managed Cassius Clay.
God, he was exciting. That's why the fans really, really enjoyed seeing Cassius Clay because he should throw punches and flurries like I should say he used to fight like a featherweight in a big man's body with the quickness.
Banks is in real trouble. But he can punch it back yet. 30 seconds left in the round. Seconds to go in round 3. Hold everything. Ruby Goldstein is asking the commission physician, Dr. Alexander Schiff, to come in and take a look at Sonny Banks, who had took quite a going over from Cassius Clay in the last round. Round 4. That's all. Ruby Goldstein is stopping the fight. That's all. Sonny Banks wants to continue. Only a few seconds had elapsed here in the 4th round. A knockout for Cassius Clay, coming from behind after being floored in the 1st round.
Yes, that was my first time knocked down as a professional, and I had to get up to take care of things after that because it was rather embarrassing me on the floor. And as you know, I think that I'm the greatest, and I'm not supposed to be on the floor, so I had to get up and put him on out in 4, as I predicted.
Even more than his featherweight-like flourishes, it is his bravado and his outrageous antics that set him apart. No fighter has ever had the nerve to call the round of his next knockout. Clay is ready to fight his most impressive opponent so far, his former trainer, Archie Moore.
Well, I realize that Archie's a great fighter. Archie is a great old fighter. But Archie Moore is going around popping off, and he's inventing a lip buttoner for me. See, I've earned a reputation as the Louisville lip. Well, since he's going to invent a punch called the lip buttoner, and I'm the one who usually does the popping off, but he's starting. So I cut this from 8 rounds to 4 rounds.
This Archie Moore with Cassius Clay was the theory that he was beating his trainer. But the thing was that Muhammad had 16 fights, Archie Moore like a 213, middle 40s, maybe late 40s. But nobody ever knew how old Archie Moore was. But the speed and the steadiness really took its toll on Archie. I think the people were impressed with it because they figured, kid with 16 fights, how can he overcome all that experience?
And again, Clay celebrates. He's having trouble getting to his feet. He's up. Clay ready to come in and finish the show. A left again. Wild left hooks, and he's down. Down for a 3rd time. The former light heavyweight champion.
Clay is 16-0 when he wins in the 4th, just as he predicted. By now, the 20-year-old has his gaze firmly on heavyweight champion Sonny Liston. The fact that he still has to face Doug Jones seems only a formality. Jones is condemned to fall in 6.
Cassius, during the past few weeks, you've been centering your interest around these squabbles you've been having with Sonny Liston down here. You've got to fight Doug Jones. Don't you think it's about time you started concentrating on this boy? He's a pretty good fighter.
No, I'm not concentrating on Doug Jones. He's nothing but a bum. Sonny Liston is the man I want. I'm not thinking about Doug Jones. Jones will fall in 6, and I might cut it to 3.
You know, if this boy upsets you, you've had it as far as...
If Jones upset me, I will retire.
I know that you're perhaps all aware that this committee has made a rough draft of a proposed bill that would, in effect, outlaw boxing, professional boxing in the state of New York.
So the New York State legislature had a subcommittee that was investigating the abolishment of boxing in New York State. And it was headed by a state assemblyman named Haywood Plumador.
You have been giving some predictions about which round you would win in. Don't you think that these predictions that you're making and the fact that the last few fights have happened to end in the exact round that you stay have created a bad image of the general public of boxing?
See, the thing about boxing, and Ali was very, very smart, he knew this too. The thing about boxing is you always grab a headline because nobody cares whether it's abolished. Nobody cares whether it stays. Because if you abolish it, they'll go fight on barges and everybody will go to see them anyway, so what's the difference? But when you want a headline, you do this.
It is on record that I predicted 8 rounds on Archie Moore. He talked and talked and talked, so I cut it to 4. Now, I have had 11 fights, 11 of them I predicted is just what would happen. Now, would you say that all of these people are crooks? All of the promoters are crooks?
I asked you the question.
Well, that's just up to you to figure. I tell the people that I'm the greatest. So if I say he's going to fall in 5 and he falls in 5, well, that just makes me that much greater. Will it be a fix when Doug Jones falls in 6? I have predicted 6 on Doug Jones. Now, if he falls in 6, what would you say? That's another fix, huh?
I would say that there was an odor in the air.
The thing that I will most never forget about it is A, they didn't ban boxing, which they weren't going to do anyway, but B, Hayward Plumador, the gentleman who is doing the questioning, the state legislator, the first thing he did after the cameras stopped rolling and the hearing was over was to go to Muhammad Ali, then Cassius Clay, and say, please, Mr. Clay, would you mind posing with me for a picture?
A gag order imposed by New York's Boxing Commission does little to suppress Clay's message.
Two fights before he became champion were critical fights. Sonny Banks and Doug Jones, and you can make the case, which I don't personally subscribe to, but you could arguably make the case that both fights, the losers were jobbed. And with those 2 fights were 2 major fights in him getting to fight listed for the title.
But the Louisville Lip, as Clay is now called, has trouble with Jones from the opening bell, and the 19,000 fans jammed into Madison Square Garden sense a big upset. Round 4 was his revised prediction, but Clay seems unable to find his rhythm.
Continues to come forward. There's some of that movement to the left by Clay, but Jones is not buying it. He seems to have an answer.
And the 4th round ends without a knockout. The crowd turns against him.
10th and final round. Right hand by Clay. Another right. He's trying to close impressively, but Jones is standing right there and countering. Backing up Clay against the ropes again. This has been a struggle for Clay. Jones continuing to stalk him. And Clay ties him up again.
The fight is too close to call. On ringside, there is much speculation that Clay has lost. But both judges score at 5-4-1 Clay, and the referee makes it a unanimous decision. Still undefeated, Clay is gearing up for his title shot.
Following a Florida evening spent watching Cassius Clay score a narrow victory over Doug Jones, heavyweight champion Sonny Liston resumes training at Miami Beach for his return bout with Floyd Patterson. After viewing that New York fight, Liston said that should he meet up with Clay, he's likely to be locked up for murder. Meanwhile, at Tropical Park in Miami, modest Floyd Patterson, the only fighter ever to regain the heavyweight title, tends to his training, abstaining from the battle of words that's erupted between the champion and contender Clay. Conditioning to do for the second time what no one has ever done even once. Floyd pursues time-honored boxing training exercises to perfect his footwork and his punching powers. He's He's confident that after his second meeting with Liston, he'll again affix the big title after his name.
We don't realize that he is doing the most single important thing you can do when a boxer fights a puncher. He is determining the geography of the fight. And when boxer fights puncher, whoever determines the geography is the guy that's going to win the fight.
Cassius, awkwardly fast. Good long left lead that might keep the champion a bit off balance. Very slippery. Clay still in the danger zone in that he's keeping his hands low, but you'll notice one thing if you don't mind. He's at long range with the hands low. We're halfway through round one. In close range, if we look closely, although Barney Felix does want them apart at this point because the hands were tied, Sonny will be the guy that'll keep mauling away. 1 minute more in the first round. Sonny seems to be trying to slip those left leads. Can't do it too successfully because the challenger is jabbing all over. Body, head, and right hand. The best punch of the fight so far. We're down to the closing second of this first round, and the long left lead is making the difference so far by Mr. Clay.
Well, what was happening in the fight with Sonny Liston was that Muhammad was dominating Liston. He kept him turning, he kept boxing him, hitting him with the jab, and was going like I thought it should go. And he was always in control of the fight. Liston was fumbling and getting more frustrated as the fight continued.
And they go on like that for several rounds, and he's landing jabs. And he's winning the fight on my scorecard. And I'm saying that this is, I mean, there's somebody, Demon has possessed this guy because he can't keep this up. I mean, Liston is slow, he's not moving, and that's not the Liston we know. And Ali is getting down to business and whatever, and looking pretty good. But he's not like miles ahead, but he's ahead on my scorecard. I don't remember what it was at the time.
Another jarring right hand that time, folks. Another one. Sonny wobbles. Sonny wobbles. Cassius has him hurt. Sonny is talking to Sonny has a big mouth below his left eye. He has a cut below the eye, and he's getting hit with all the punches in the book. Halfway through round three. Sonny bleeding slightly from the nose also. 45 seconds remaining in round 3. Is a bit hurt. Sonny, still aggressive, very durable. Seconds more in the third.
And Lister now has a cut under his eye. And some folks would say that guys that are not used to cut get very upset by blood, particularly if it's their blood.
Greatest. Who are you going to fight? Who are you going to fight? Who's the greatest? You notice they don't say nothing. No justice whatsoever. You don't even want to give me justice. Who are you going to fight? Tell me. I'm revealing all of you. Who's the greatest? I'll give you one more chance. Who's the greatest? All right.
I met Muhammad Ali in February 1962 in Los Angeles. I was a photographer at a black newspaper called the LA Sentinel. I remember in Los Angeles, Ali had not announced that he was a Muslim yet, and he would make it by the Muslim mosque there. Before entering the mosque, he would walk around and see who was watching. After he had saw who wasn't watching, he would walk in.
What do you say, stewardess? You mean the plane is going to crash? Say a prayer, recite a Bible verse. Well, I don't know no Bible verse. Just do something religious. I'll take up a collection.
The jokes about religion belie the seriousness of his commitment. Cassius Clay has attended gatherings of the Nation of Islam for 2 years now, and the champ finally tells the world of his religious beliefs.
The fight was over. Ali was the unexpected winner, and he decided that he was going to tell the truth.
Cassius Clay is a name no more, is that right?
Yes, sir. It's Muhammad Ali. Muhammad means worthy of all praises, and Ali means most high in the Asian African language.
How long have you had the name?
Well, for about 2 weeks now.
Was anybody special gave you the name?
Yes, sir. My leading teacher, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad.
I would not say the white man is a descendant of Satan, because that would be wrong. We didn't have a Satan before white man. So the white man is Satan himself.
My dad was disappointed, not Mom. Dad was very disappointed because of the negative things he heard about Muslims. See, in those days, there was negative talk about Muslims. And they said we call white people devils, and that pork was a bad meat, and that black people were ignorant and dumb, and we was raised by the slave master. Many things Elijah Muhammad taught offended people.
At the time Ali announced that he was converted, that he was a follower of Elijah Muhammad, the image wasn't that popular or that thought about. The image certainly wasn't a very good image by the dictates of white America. There was Malcolm X, who was part of the image. And Malcolm X was a fiery man, a feared man by many.
The power structure had successfully created the image of the American Negro as someone with no confidence, no militancy, and they had done this by giving him images of heroes that weren't truly militant or confident. And now here come Cassius, the exact contrast of everything that was representative of the Negro image. He said he was the greatest. All of the odds were against him. He upset the odds makers. He won. He became victorious. He became the champ. They knew that as soon as, if people began to identify with Cassius and the type of image he was creating, they were going to have trouble out of these Negroes, because they'd have Negroes walking around the street saying, "I'm the greatest."
After the Sonny Liston fight was the African trip, which was a big thing for us. We went to Ghana, Nigeria, and Egypt. It was an education, actually seeing people in a foreign land really mobbing him and loving him, and not really knowing how they got the news and information that he was coming, and it was overwhelming for him, you know, and for me too.
Immediately after the trip to Africa, Muhammad Ali meets Sanjay Roy in Chicago. After an intense 6-week romance, the heavyweight champ is a married man.
In my mind, I didn't think I was going to like this guy anyway, because he was just, I'm not one to brag about myself, and when people do that, sometimes it turns you off. And when I first met him, the initial contact between us, all of this was not there. He just zeroed in on me and just swept me up, and I was amazed, as they say. 2 or 3 days after meeting Muhammad Ali, I went to meet his parents in Louisville, but I left Chicago as his wife, and I told my people, my relatives, that I had gotten married this way, and that I was going to meet my mother-in-law.
Well, you think your personality has changed since you've won the title?
Well, I'm a little more relaxed and settled. As you can see, I have a pretty wife here, and I don't have to talk like I do. She don't like me to talk too much, do you? Yeah. She told me to be quiet.
Why did you do that?
Action speaks for itself. You didn't have to talk anymore.
She said, I don't have to talk anymore. She don't like to talk either. She just like to listen. You know, most heavyweight champions are ugly. I have to stay kind of pretty.
Thank you very much. Careful, that's a toupee in the front.
Happy and loose, Ali is unconcerned about his controversial image. His next fight will be a rematch with Sonny Liston, whom Ali has dubbed the Bear.
You should be in Hollywood.
I'm so pretty I should be chiseled and gold.
So you
I want the battle.
Please.
Turn up.
I want the battle.
Get him a
Tony.
Hold it.
I'm going to the bathroom. I told you that raw steak do that good.
So now they're supposed to fight again. Ali and Liston in Boston. And I'm up in Boston. And I learned that night something that I pay the price for over and over and over again in my career as far as Ali is concerned. You can never leave his side. I go to dinner. I come back to the press headquarters, 2 or 3 other writers, and there is nobody there. Where are they? They are all in the hospital with Ali, who has popped his G-string and he's got this hernia now, and they're going to wheel him in and they're going to operate on it, and nobody knows what.
I'll never forget when the fight was called off because Ali had developed a hernia.
While everybody runs to the hospital, I run to the telephone and I call Plymouth Rock, where Sonny Liston is training. And I tell...
So, his poor Liston is in the best shape of his life, and there's no fight.
For political reasons, suddenly it becomes unfashionable to bring this fight back to Boston. Politicians in Massachusetts are very upset about Liston, and they're not too crazy about Ali. And the fight is chased out. And at the last second, they got to look for a place to hold it. And a press agent named Harold Conrad decides Lewiston, Maine. He finds out about Lewiston, Maine. And everybody, of course, when we find out, we say, Lewiston, what, where, how, you know. It's one of those places you can't get there from here. First, you got to go to Connecticut, and then you got to go, you know. So Lewiston, Maine is a tiny little town up on the border near Canada.
I want to get this girl in line. I want to line them all up. Stop thinking that.
Let's not make that. Sit down, mate.
Say,
can you see by the dawn's early light?
Our thanks to Robert Goulet, the very wonderful vocalist, and of course Charles Sonny Liston, the challenger, is in the ring with his white, short terry cloth robe, as you see. He's ready to put the big gloves on, and Cassius Clay now bouncing in from the dressing room on the far side of the arena. as Cassius again, loose and limber, with his very short terry cloth robe, coming into the ring, up the ring stairs, and he's being booed. Angelo Dundee, Drew Brown, Bodini, right in that picture. Dundee walked out of it momentarily.
He's wearing black trunks. He weighs 215 1/4. The former heavyweight champion, and now the challenger, Sonny Liston.
Sonny Liston, very popular with the folks here in Lewiston, Maine. No kidding about that.
His opponent from Louisville, Kentucky. He's wearing white trunks. He weighs 206. The heavyweight champion of the world, Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali, better known as Cassius Clay.
Well, Muhammad naturally embraced the Muslim faith. I always look for the east corner because you pray towards Mecca and to the east. And I found that out. See how intelligent I got about religion? I was learning every day.
The world heavyweight title, the big fight, the big night, unusual locale, Lewiston, Maine, round number 1. They score the fight here on a 10-point must scoring system in Maine. We're waiting for that bell for round 1. Here we go. You'll note that Cassius wants to stay out in the center of the ring where he happens to be the king. In the dark trunks is chasing that man straight away. Is that a mistake? Beautiful right hand shot that you saw. That was the best punch thus far landed by the champion. We note that early, halfway through this first round, that Sonny is shooting mostly, although he's going to the head now, mostly toward that body. You know the old story, you kill the body and the head might follow. Knockdown, ladies and gentlemen, a right-hand shot. A right-hand shot on the chin. Jersey Joe Walcott. Sonny cannot move.
He had gotten knocked out by a punch he didn't see. That's the kind that gets you out of there. Muhammad was floating around, and he used a patented punch that I teach my fighters now. It's you stick, slide right, throw a right hand. And what happened, he made an angle on the guy, listened and throwing a jab, his head went down. He didn't see the punch. He got hit right on the temple. And the effect of the punch, and I got proof of it, when he got hit, his left foot picked up off the canvas, and then he crumbled. And he rolled over. Then when he tried to get up again, he fell down again.
Now, Joe Walcott, the referee, is so unnerved by the fact that Ali won't go to a neutral corner that he begins to push him across the ring to the corner. In so doing, he loses track of the count. Now, I admit you got to go 1 to 10. That's a lot of numbers, but he has lost the count. The knockdown timekeeper at the side of the ring is probably counted to 137 by now. Walcott is looking around to pick up the count, and the knockdown timekeeper is looking up at him like, well, what do you want? I finished 10 3 times. How many times do you want me to give it to you, right? Walcott now goes back to threesies and foursies, at which point he turns and realizes that Nat Fleischer, who was the editor of Ring magazine, who was not an old man, but unquestionably was the guy who held the coach in the Cain and Abel fight, the original Cain and Abel fight, he is trying to get Walcott's attention, and he's going like this. So Walcott thinks to himself, gee, Nat Fleischer, Mr. Boxing Bible, if he says the fight's over, it must be, even though I've lost track of the count. Meanwhile, Liston says, this guy's going to leave me down here forever. I haven't got that much time left in my life. So he gets up, and if you look at the films, he and Ali begin to fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, the timekeeper counted out Liston in 1 minute of the first round. 1 minute of the first round, the winner by a knockout. And still, the heavyweight champion of the world, Muhammad Ali.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the time was a bit off. Wait a second. Mutual is joining us.
Now everybody is chanting fake, fake, fake. And I'm laughing so hard I can hardly, I got it right. I'm laughing so hard I can hardly write. This is really a funny story.
29 days after Ali's first title defense and less than a year after their wedding, Sanjay and Ali file for a divorce. As with the Liston fight, this is not without controversy.
There are differences with the beliefs in the Muslims, and, Sanjay didn't mix.
And he told me that orders had been passed down to him from his leader and teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that I had embarrassed the Nation of Islam all over the world, and he could no longer be married to me.
Meanwhile, the war in Vietnam is escalating. Thousands of young American men are drafted. Ali has been classified 1Y, mentally incompetent to serve in the armed forces. It seems Ali, a poor reader, has not achieved acceptable scores on a battery of army tests. Publicly embarrassed, Ali replies, "I said I was the greatest, not the smartest." Clear of his first title defense, the divorce, and an obligation to the draft, Ali moves on to fight two-time former champion Floyd Patterson. Patterson is a very popular fighter, and Clay, as most of America still calls the champ, is not. The name change and the adoption of Islam brand Ali as an angry, ungrateful radical.
But you offered to fight for nothing. Why?
Well, because I felt that my only interest in fighting him is not for the money, is merely to take the championship away and to put it back to where it belongs. All America, not just the black Muslim.
I have a habit of labeling my fighters. You know, a rabbit is an animal that's scared of his own shadow. A rabbit is an animal, if you pin him in a corner, he'll freeze and he won't be able to move. That's why I call Patterson a rabbit, because he has the characteristic of a rabbit. Sonny Liston looked at him hard and he froze in both fights, just like a rabbit.
The classic thing in boxing. We have good Floyd Patterson. We have evil Muhammad Ali.
First out of the ring is challenger Floyd Patterson, the only man ever to have won the heavyweight title 2 times. He now seeks to win it again for a 3rd time. And here comes the opposition. Heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali, 210 pounds, nearly 14 pounds heavier than Patterson, 3 inches taller, 7 years younger. At ringside are a number of outstanding celebrities. Joe DiMaggio front and center. Joey Bishop, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, and Mr. Las Vegas himself, Abe Schiller, with movie star Jim Garner. Referee Krause holds things up for just a moment as the handlers scramble from the ring. But right from the very start, the pattern of fighting goes just as predicted.
This record does show that he was a one-punch fighter who knocked you out with one punch. He would beat you down, then knock you out.
Young Ali's style is remarkable for a heavyweight. His greatest strength is his legs, his ability to glide and slide, dancing gracefully around the ring. His quickness enables him to hold his hands very low, since he defends not by blocking punches, but by dodging them. Bobbing, weaving, ducking, twisting, backing away, Ali has a dozen techniques to avoid a devastating blow by a mere inch. And his opponents can never get comfortable in the ring, since they've never seen anyone like him. Ever the performer, Ali keeps inventing new ways to dazzle and amaze. The first round ends without Ali throwing a single punch. Ali's offensive arsenal is built around his left jab, the stinging bee that Bundini Brown immortalized in rhyme. His jab is lightning fast, laser accurate, and fired from so many angles and stances that his opponents can't fight their way inside it, and are ultimately vulnerable to his other good punches, his right uppercut and his left hook. Ali's domination of Patterson is total, established early in the fight. He toys with the challenger, not pressing the attack to knock him out, but rather backing off at critical moments to extend the fight. Before the fight, Ali rhymed, "I'm going to put him flat on his back so that he will start acting black. Because when he was champ, he didn't do as he should. He tried to force himself into an all-white neighborhood."
I would say he punished Patterson and Terrell. Reason he punished Patterson because of his name. Patterson insists on calling him Cassius Clay, which he known his name had been changed. So I would say he punished Patterson in this fight.
Patterson is the only man ever to regain the heavyweight title, and still the #1 contender. But Ali's treatment is seen as cruel. Life magazine calls it a sickening spectacle in the ring, while the New York Times likens Ali's performance to a little boy pulling the wings off a butterfly.
Young champion still moving on his toes into round 12, while Patterson seems to be laboring out there. Some head movement. But Ali's just picking his shots. That didn't hurt the young champion. Patterson just seems resigned to taking this beating. And Ali willing to oblige. A very impressive performance by Ali. But it seems almost cruel at this juncture. His total mastery of Patterson continues. This appears to be nothing more than target practice for Ali. It's over. Mercifully, it's over. Ali, successful for the second time in defending his title.
It wasn't a hate fight. Patterson, Terrell, a couple of three guys got this thing about trying to get him steamed up, calling him Cassius Clay. Well, Muhammad said, my name is Muhammad Ali. I've been given the name of Muhammad Ali. The least they should do is, call me by the name I want to be called by.
The fact that going back just a year, we had good Cassius Clay, evil Sonny Liston is irrelevant. Boxing calls for a hero and a villain, and the roles can be constantly interchangeable.
We discussed the formation of a new company to promote Ali's fights, and the first fight we were doing was Ali against Ernie Terrell, and it was going to be held early in 1966 in Chicago.
I went to the camp and I started training, and all of a sudden that's when they said he made some sort of unpatriotic statement.
It was going to be a huge, huge fight. And then Ali was reclassified 1A.
1A, when they were the ones who said, the government officials were the ones who said that I was 1Y and that I wasn't qualified. It was their decision. Now, all of a sudden, I'm 1A without any test, without notifying me or checking to see if I'm any wiser than I was the last time or any worse.
If you're drafted, will you fight for your country?
I'm not saying nothing about things that I don't have to say. I don't have to say nothing about that. They haven't drafted me yet, and it's a touchy thing, touchy question, and I'd rather not say nothing.
Yeah, well, that statement had a profound effect upon everybody. It said everything in one word.
No Viet Cong.
No Viet Cong ever called me nigger, was the quote, which was precise, because what he was saying was, why are you going to fight? They have nothing against you. I mean, why you have those who are calling you nigger are sending you to fight those who never called you nigger. That's exactly what it said. And he used to say it all the time. If I remember correctly, he said, this is a war where the white man sends the black man and the red man to fight the yellow man. Yeah, he was fond of saying it all the time. So his statement, no Viet Cong ever called me nigger, was just precise.
I was disturbed by the attitude of the print media. How dare they make judgments? How dare they? Man's entitled to his private beliefs.
I'm not here to apologize in the way that the press has projected that I would apologize.
What about your unpatriotic remarks that you made?
That will be straightened out with the government or whoever I have to face when it comes to that.
Are you apologizing for having made those statements at this time?
That'll be taken up with the government.
If I recall correctly, you said you were the people's champion?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that you're acting like a people's champion?
Yes, sir.
Now we get thrown out of Chicago, and so I figured, so what? We'll put it in some other city. Well, now we try Louisville, we try about 6 other cities. Everybody turns us down. Finally, we land the fight in Toronto. And now Terrell says, hey, everybody, in those days was fighting on percentage. He says, I'm not going to fight for 15 or 20% of nothing because there's going to be boycotts of the closed circuit in the United States. So he pulls out of the fight, and Irving Ungerman, who was the manager of George Chuvalo, volunteered Chuvalo for the fight, and at least we got a fight off. Ali fought Chuvalo.
And how? Look at that. Look out there staring each other down, Kevin, just before the opening of round 1.
Cassius Clay in white, George Chuvalo in black.
The way this fight figured, Kevin, everyone thought that Clay would come out and dance around just as he's doing right now. It figured to be the challenger, George Chuvalo, chasing after Clay, and Clay using his brilliant boxing style in order to keep the challenger from hitting him. Well, actually, Clay is reputed to be one of the fastest heavyweight champions in the history of boxing. And everything he does in this fight would make you endorse that feeling, that he is one of the quickest men who ever held a title.
Many of the experts say, look at this, he's exposing himself to Chuvalo's punch.
And Clay was telling him to hit harder. At first row, I could hear it. Clay was saying, hit harder, hit harder.
He must have hit him 12 times with that right. Many of the experts have said that Clay will make some bad moves, but will compensate for it by his speed, and we can see indications of it here tonight. 15th round in this heavyweight championship fight between George Chuvalo and Cassius Clay, the champion. Kevin Kennedy and Jim Jacobs here to bring it your way.
Clay took round 14, Kevin, and here in the last round, everyone in Toronto's Maple Leaf Guards were screaming for George Chuvalo to end it.
And here in Toronto, they use the 5-point must system.
The winner of a round must be given 5 points. The loser of the round getting 4 or 3, depending on how well the loser of the round scored.
And Cassius Clay wins.
And then, of course, I seen the handwriting on the wall. I said to Ali, we've got to get the hell out of the United States. And so we arranged for 3 fights that summer of 1966 in Europe. Here we were in the United States, pariahs. I mean, my whole family is embarrassed. People are sending me hate mail. Anybody involved, Mike Mallett's getting the same hate mail. Ali, hated, booed every place. Now we go over to London, and God, the first day that Ali walks out in the street, there's 5,000 people out there cheering. And boy, I just couldn't believe it. It really blew my mind.
Ali had fought Cooper 3 years before, but now Ali is champ. So a Brit is fighting on home soil for the heavyweight championship of the world. In addition, Cooper actually knocked Ali down in their first fight. So the hometown crowd thinks he just might pull off the upset.
But if your boy can jab and watch the other man, look in his eyes all the time, he's pretty safe and not getting hit too much. And Cassius Clay was a master at that. He'd go and hit a guy about 15 times, the guy getting ready to hit him, and he was gone. He was around behind him or someplace, you see. Take a guy like Tyson. Well, it wouldn't take Ali 2 rounds to get rid of him because he'd never hit Muhammad Ali in that day. He'd run in there and bang, 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 and he's gone, see.
But Cooper responds with a succession of solid left-hand punches. And while Ali shrugged them off, there's not much doubt that some of them hurt. Now for the 6th round, and they've already gone further than their last meeting. Cooper is still going forward. Cooper finds himself in trouble. See that sharp right hand from Ali, then another left hook, followed by a right in rapid succession. Heralds what must be the beginning of the inevitable end. Cooper's left eyebrow spurts blood. It's gushing out just like a burst pipe. The referee takes a look at the damage and allows the fight to go on. Ali piles on the pressure, raining punches in all directions, and still the blood spurts everywhere. A second look, and it's all over. It's all over. Muhammad Ali is the winner after 1 minute, 38 seconds of the 6th round and is still heavyweight champion of the world.
Muhammad Ali moving out in white trunks. Ali lightning fast. Champion always on the move. We go into round 3 with Muhammad Ali definitely ahead. Ali dancing around confidently. Ali moving in on London. A fuselage of punches by Muhammad Ali. London goes down. The referee sends Ali to a neutral corner and picks up the count. It doesn't appear as if London's going to be able to make it to his feet. The fight is over. Ali wins by a knockout.
That's a good punch. And Mildenberger now treating the champion with scant respect and scoring heavily in the 4th round. And the champion hasn't thrown a worthwhile punch so far in this round. He's done nothing but move fast around this ring, and he's treating Mildenberger now with a good deal of respect. Is he beginning now to get really on top of the German southpaw? Is this amazing world champion now, with his quantity of punches, beginning to knock the strength out of this quite brave German southpaw challenger, Mildenberger, who so far has done pretty well in this fight. Mildenberger trying desperately here to try to land one of the upsets of the last decade. Oh, that's a good punch to the body. He really hurt the champion with that. A beautiful left hook to the body. He almost doubled him in half. Minute left of the 10th. And this has clearly been Mildenberger's round. It's the best round he's had. If only he can keep the pressure up. And this is the champion now having to pull everything out here to try to stop Mildenberger. Oh, he's got him. With 10 seconds of the 10th round left. A right hand. And there's the bell. The bell at 8, and the 10th round is over. And now Mildenberger, after that glorious burst of aggression, which brought him quite a lot of success in the first minute and a half of that round, is now very much on the brink of defeat. This man Mildenberger, whatever the result here, is going to live in German memory for a long time. He took a very hard straight right again. That same punch that's giving him all his trouble. The traditional answer to a southpaw, the right hand. Once again, the champion looks supremely confident. Can't quite finish him, but he might be doing it now. Mildenberger must be very near the end of the road now, and he's gone into the ropes. I think that may be it, and it is. Teddy Waltham has stopped it in the 12th round, and I make the time 1 minute.
Later, after we had the 2 fights in London, one against Cooper and one against Brian London, and the fight in September against Mildenberger in Frankfurt, after that, I got a call from Judge Hoffheinz, who was the owner of the Houston Astrodome. And Hoffheinz says, the hell with all of this. these people don't know what, I mean, it's just unfair what they're doing. You have Ali come to Houston, and I guarantee you he will be able to fight in Houston, and they wanted him to fight Cleveland Williams. And when I went to Ali with that proposition, Ali says, there is no way they will ever let me fight in the United States because of this, because of that. And I said, no, Ali, it's worth pursuing because Hoffheinz, I sensed in Judge Hoffheinz a guy like Harold Ballard who wouldn't take no for an answer. And Hoffheinz, of course, came through, and we had those two fights in Houston, one with Cleveland Williams, and then in February the next year, finally with Ernie Terrell.
Well, now he's back in the United States. He's going to go to Houston. He's going to fight Cleveland Williams, a fight that's interesting for several reasons. One, that he's back in the United States because things have sort of calmed down a little bit, and it is really the lull before the storm. Number two, the Louisville sponsoring group, the contract has now lapsed, and he has walked away from them. Cleveland Williams is a guy who was a great puncher. When Sonny Liston was one of the most feared fighters in the world, he went life and death with Cleveland Williams. Cleveland Williams punched either hand, particularly right hand, almost knock over a wall. But he had an unfortunate experience in which a cop harassed him about a traffic ticket on a lonely Texas highway called Jackrabbit Road, pulled out a gun and shot him 3 times. And so when Cleveland Williams finally came to his moment against Ali, he was a shell of what he had been, and in fact there was still a bullet in his kidney.
Williams still looks wobbly. Ali thoroughly dominating him to this point. Looks like he's ready to go. He's down again. The big cat down on the canvas for the second time. Ali moving in for the kill. And he's down! Cleveland Williams is down for the 3rd time in a round.
Cleveland Williams was magnificent for Muhammad Ali because what he should do, he should stutter. In other words, he would bounce and sort of, Muhammad's quickness and his reflexes, Muhammad looked like $1 million that night. He hit him in midair. That's how great he looked. Because the guy on the way down, Muhammad hit him 3 or 4 more punches.
Ali moving on his toes. Remarkable speed for a heavyweight. There's the shuffle. He's dazzling Williams with his feet and his hands. And he goes down again. Williams on wobbly legs. The challenger's been down 4 times in the last 2 rounds. There's no place for him to hide from Ali. Such blinding hand speed for a heavyweight. Oh, Williams staggered again. Almost went down for the 5th time. Ali closing in on the bloodied Williams. And it's over. It's over. Ali stopped the big cat and successfully defended his title for the 5th time this year.
On January 17th, 1967, Ali turns 25. He is the undisputed heavyweight champ and beginning to be considered one of the best in boxing history. Despite his obvious talent, his popularity is at an all-time low. His fans are devout, but they are greatly outnumbered by his detractors. They see him as being militant, anti-white, and even worse, a draft dodger. As one congressman complained, apparently Cassius will fight anyone but the Viet Cong.
Heavyweight champion Cassius Clay goes through the final stages of training for the defense of his title against Ernie Terrell. A rugged sparring partner tosses some heavy leather at the champ, forcing him to give ground. Experts predict that Terrell will prove to be the toughest opponent for Cassius so far. Clay's draft board says he could be drafted in February. 2 appeals for deferment have already been turned down. Cassius rattles off a bit of doggerel verse for the challenger, Terrell.
He's gone around claiming to be the real heavyweight champ. But after I'm finished, he'll just be a tramp. Now, I'm not saying this just to be funny, but I'm fighting Ernie because he needs the money.
This is Angelo Dundee, manager, trainer for that matter, of the heavyweight champion of the world, Muhammad Ali, or Cassius Clay, as you will. The champion is about to spar with a lighter, smaller man, Jimmy Ellis, a light heavyweight, really, and Angie Y. Ellis when Terrell is so big.
Well, we have a big man, but we're just working for speed today. We have a boy named Turnbull, goes 6'5½".
All right.
Meanwhile, we still got to stay fast.
All right, the boys are going at it, Angie. Take the mic, if you will, and call the shots.
Well, you're looking at the same thing. They're both moving for speed. In other words, what people are forgetting is one thing. My man's no midget. He's 6'4" now, and he uses his height to full advantage.
Is he concentrating on the fight or worried about all the publicity and the problems with the military?
When he comes into the gym, business goes on as usual.
That's when he comes into the gym, Angie, but is he concentrating on other things outside the gym?
He's concentrating on the fight. He knows he's got a tough fight in Terrell. He wants to be ready for it.
He told me, he says, Ernie, now, look, you're going to have to report to Houston to help us promote the fight at least 2 weeks before the fight. Is that all right with you? I said, yes, it's all right with me if it's all right with Clay. He says, Muhammad. I says, all right, Muhammad, if that's what you are.
They made it out to be an animosity. I think Muhammad was using the ploy on the guy, what's my name? What's my name? To aggravate him. What's my name?
Well, he made mush of Ali. You know, in effect, he called him a religious phony, a draft dodger, everything. You know, he made mush of him. And I had that terrible scene at the Garden when they almost came to blows.
Why don't you call me my name, man? Well, what's your name? You told me your name was Cassius Clay. I never told you my name was Cassius Clay. Oh, well, my name is Muhammad Ali, and you will announce it right there in the center of that ring after the fight if you don't do it now. For the benefit of this broadcast, him. All right? You just acting just like an old Uncle Tom. Another fraud counterfeit. I'm going to punish you. Let me tell you something, man. You ain't got no... Back off of me. Back off of me. Uncle Tom. That's what you are, Uncle Tom. Why are you going to call me Uncle Tom? What you going to... You heard me. Just back off of me.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, as the two contestants prepare for battle right now...
Back off of me, man. Back off of me, man.
Another interview has been recorded for posterity. As the two gentlemen continue...
Uncle Tom.
Perfect, that's it. Give him a chance to make Come on, man.
A lot of people have asked about that interview we did together with Terrell, Coast to Coast, a week or so ago, where you and Terrell almost came to blows. And many people have said it was a publicity stunt, that you staged it.
They have a right to believe so, Howard, because many things in the past that I have done was publicity stunts, that's all. But this time it was serious, and I almost struck him. I did hit him on the hand. I intended to...
Oh, do you hate him?
No, I don't really hate him, but I don't really hate no one, but I don't like him for his actions and the way he was acting and insisting on calling me Cassius Clay, knowing that my name now is Muhammad Ali, and I'm a Muslim, and whenever this is discussed as serious, I don't play with the religion, the name. So he really made me, and that was not play. That was real.
So he said in a press conference that he was going to beat me so bad until I was going to change and call him, you know, Muhammad. But when I found out that calling him Cassius Clay upset him, then that's what I call him, especially with a fight on, because, I mean, we're fighting, what else could we do?
The heavyweight champion of the world, Muhammad Ali.
We were doing whatever we thought we'd have to do to win. And if it's calling him Cassius Clay upset him and get him out of his rhythm, then he was Cassius Clay. That's the way I saw it. The fight started off, the first couple rounds, it was pretty good. I think I won maybe the first couple rounds. And then Ali, I don't know whether he planned this or not, but what he did, he caught me around the neck and poked his finger in my eye. And my eye jammed and would not turn for the rest of that night. One eye just stayed straight, and the other one would follow him around like the other one. This eye was jammed. And I was seeing two guys, and I had to change my style to a kind of a peekaboo style.
He was sort of egging them on. What's my name? Because he kept calling him Cassius, 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 to the press, to the media, and everybody else. And he'd go, what's my name? Pop. What's my name? Pop. You know, he'd be nailing the guy behind the conversation.
Ali continues to scream at Terrell as he applies the leather. And at the bell, Ali continues his taunts. They come out for the 15th and final round. Ali again hammering through the defense of Terrell. "15 rounds and the champion is still up on his toes. And getting through that defense of Terrell's. Ali driving the gloves back into Terrell's face. The challenger clutching and grabbing, trying to at least maybe go the distance with the champion. Ali back up on those toes, circling, jabbing. Just total mastery of Terrell. Remarkable speed and stamina and agility for a man of this size. Just a thorough boxing lesson here for Terrell. Ali may be taking a bit of a rest, but he comes back, hammering away at Terrell. The challenger holding on for dear life in the remaining seconds of the fight. Ali has administered a thorough and complete beating of Ernie Terrell.
The Terrell fight spurs a new wave of anti-Ali sentiment. Ali cruelly and intentionally tortures Terrell at the same time he is claiming to be a conscientious objector. Still, the real controversy looms ahead. Ali has an appointment with his draft board in 2 months. The irresistible force is scheduled to meet the immovable object. The result will be the stuff of legend.
No one risked nor suffered as much for their decision not to go to the war in Vietnam as Muhammad Ali. And his real greatness is to be seen in the fact that, in spite of this, he's become greater, stronger, and more humane.
Like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I must be the greatest.
It is March of 1967. Muhammad Ali is the 25-year-old heavyweight champion of the world. Experts are beginning to compare him to the greatest boxers of all time, while others still question his ability and insist on calling him Cassius Clay. Then, the biggest issue of the era crosses paths with the biggest personality. Ali is drafted to serve in the U.S. Army, to fight in the Vietnam War. Ali files to be reclassified as a conscientious objector. As he puts it, I ain't got no quarrel with them Viet Cong. To most Americans, the Viet Cong are the enemy. killers of thousands of our boys. The establishment insists that this is a critical time in American history.
Militarily, we have never been in a better relative position in South Vietnam.
Ali's choice not to serve brands him an outlaw and puts him on the same side as the draft dodgers, the protesters, and the long-haired hippies. But critics don't accept that Ali's religion prohibits him from fighting in a war.
Right now, the #1 fight is Zora Foley. And after I finish Zora Foley, then we'll cross the other bridge as far as the draft is concerned when we get to it. But I have a very strange feeling if this thing do go through as far as the induction is concerned, and the appeals or what have you are turned down. As a matter of fact, I know this is my last fight.
He weighs 202.5. The challenger, Zora Foley.
Zora Foley was, that'll come close to looking as great as he did with Cleveland Williams.
The gladiators are wearing 8-ounce gloves. Muhammad Ali, the white trunks. Zora Foley, the challenger, in the dark trunks. They are brown. Foley is a patient fighter, a good counterpuncher, and he gets in a light right hand there. Ali, the champion, figures to circle the ring at great speed until he's ready to carry the attack to his opponent. See how well the challenger rolls back from those punches? And there's Foley down! 5, 6, 7, 8. Foley is up at 9. We talked about Foley's courage. The champion has plenty himself. There's no question about that. That's Foley down from that right hand. I don't know if he's going to make this one. 6, 7, 8. He's not. No, he gamely tried to get up. And Muhammad Ali has retained his heavyweight championship of the world.
He looked so good with Zora Foley. Because he hit him with the electrifying type of a punch, and Zora Foley went down. And then when he got up, he hit him with another shot, down. It was the closest Muhammad claimed to being a one-punch knocker out.
His own art was, look at this. Now this is a drawing he did for Zora Foley. Now we started doing these drawings with Liston when he was doing all his predictions. And he started to, he put the prediction down. The round wasn't right on, but he was always winning. And he always put himself as a winner. Well, this is the last fight before they took his title away with Foley.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Muhammad Ali has just refused to be inducted into the United States Armed Forces. Notification of his refusal is being made to the United States Attorney, the State Director of the Selective Service System, and the local Selective Service Board for whatever action deemed to be appropriate.
When Muhammad Ali refused to take the symbolic step forward and said that no Viet Cong ever called me a nigger, it just, everybody knew about it. Moments later, it was on everyone's lips. You could hear people talking about it on the street corners. You'd hear people who had never had a thought about the war having to think it through because of what Ali had made them think about. So it had a tremendous, tremendous effect.
Surrounded by a bevy of photographers around. Champ, what happened?
inducted, and we're going to also...
That's UPI.
Generated into a kind of bedlam. The heavyweight champion of the world, totally non-committal, passing out to a given few a prepared statement which he says establishes his position.
The New York Times reported 35% of the casualties are black people. It's crystal clear that the United States is moving to wipe out the young black youth of this country by sending them to Vietnam. For our survival, we must say, as did Mr. Muhammad Ali, that we cannot go.
And so here when a person who has great glory, popular glory among black people and in the world, when he makes that statement, you know, a strong anti-imperialist statement, no, the war is wrong. I mean, it was as strong as Martin Luther King.
And I say this morning that it is my hope every young man in this country who finds this war objectionable and abominable and unjust would file as a conscientious objector. And no matter what you think of Mr. Muhammad Ali's religion, you certainly have to admire his courage.
Will you go into service?
This would be 1,000% against the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the religion of Islam, and the Holy Quran, the holy book that we believe in. This will all be denouncing and defying everything that I stand for.
This would mean, of course, that you stand the chance of going to jail as a result of not going into service.
Well, whatever the punishment, whatever the persecution is for standing up for my religious beliefs, even if it means facing machine gun fire that day, I will face it before denouncing Elijah Muhammad and the religion of Islam. I'm ready to die.
Ali was very willing to pay the price. I was with him at that time. In fact, we called a meeting in Cleveland. I had about 20 of the top black athletes at the time: Bill Russell, Kareem, Bobby Mitchell, Willie Davis, Jim Shorter, Sidney Williams, in my office.
Black Muslim faith.
And we discussed with Ali his reasons for not wanting to go into the service, et cetera, et cetera. And his basic reason was that it was against his religion. And that came first. And that money or fame would never be as important as his belief. And that Allah would look out for him. And that was it.
He said he'd stand up in front of a firing squad before he'd go and shoot those people. And he was very defiant about that. And it was something, it wasn't a show or anything to create any kind of attention or publicity. It was just something he actually felt. And I could understand that. I hadn't thought of it, but when he said what he said, why would I kill my brown brothers? I could agree with him wholeheartedly. That's right. And I'm an ex-Marine from 2 wars.
My intention is to box to win a clean fight. But in war, the intention is to kill, and continue killing innocent people. That's what the verse is in war.
The sickness that was in white America could not stand to think that a sports hero that they were allowing to make big dollars would have the gumption to embrace something like the Nation of Islam. So to white America, it was tremendously controversial. They wanted revenge. They wanted to break him. They wanted to change him. They wanted to ostracize him. They wanted to do everything they could do to him. But this young man had the courage to stand up like no one else because he was risking not only his life, but everything else that he had.
Not fear by Cassius Clay, I fear by any American who don't want to fight for his country. I think it's very bad, especially a guy who have made a lot of money in this country. You know, this guy who I think have respect of a lot of people. I think that he should fight for his country.
You were faced with the same problem in World War II.
No, not quite. I only waiting for them to send for me, and when they sent for me, I went. So and I wasn't the same problem. It's just that I was champion at the time that the World War started. World War II started, so when my time came up, I had to go.
The draft board's just making a big thing of this. As much as I think everybody should pull their tour, I think they are overemphasizing the need to bring Cassius Clay into the service if he professes to be a Muslim minister.
Well, I think that he's hurting, I think, the morale of a lot of young Negro soldiers over in Vietnam. And the tragedy to me is that Cassius has made millions of dollars off of the American public. And now he's not willing to show his appreciation to a country that is giving him, in my view, a fantastic opportunity, hurts a great number of people.
Simply because Muhammad Ali has these beliefs, there's no reason why people should go against him. I think he is a great champion, and they should respect his beliefs. That's why I'm here right now.
I'm not burning no draft cards. I still have it. I'm not laying on the Pentagon steps. I'm not hanging statues of Lyndon Johnson. I'm not burning American flags. I'm only following the law.
Black people began to support Ali from that. Black people began to look on him as a hero, standing up to the white man and the white power structure.
To mainstream Americans, I think Ali probably appeared to be a greater threat than the more politicized people like Rap Brown and Stokely Carmichael, because Ali had the popularity. Ali could draw crowds in any circumstance. Ali is such a charming person that even his most vigorous opponents liked him and admired him and respected him. So I think people thought he was the more dangerous person.
But while Ali's motives are clear, the United States government is not pleased with his position. J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, starts extensive surveillance of Ali's activities.
We heard a lot of things afterwards, you know. Hoover had the FBI on him, this and that, the local cops here or there.
Take Mr. Hoover's own background. He's born in Washington, D.C. He's raised in an old South environment. He's terribly offended by what he would consider to be uppity black people. They need to know their place. But during the war, so all those prejudices come together, and their ability to fantasize is absolutely astounding. I can see them imagining him as a Pied Piper, going on to military camps and saying, "All you black soldiers, follow me into the army of peace," you know.
I said that I'm going to be a man. I'm going to fight it legally. If I lose it, I'm just going to jail.
What's My Line? I got him on there twice in a couple of those other game shows, you know, a quick buck.
So will our next mystery challenger enter and sign in, please?
And I want to tell you, in those days, the scale money was important to Ali when he got. That's what got him on the show, to get him some money. He needed the money. He didn't have any money.
I can introduce him simply by saying he is one of the most honest individuals I have ever met in my life. Ladies and gentlemen, the heavyweight champion of the world, to me, Muhammad Ali. I'd like for you to tell what is the basis behind this teaching and this belief?
We believe that since we are 22 to 30 million people and worked 310 long years, 16 hours a day for nothing, to enable America to be the 50th richest states on the planet, and fought in the Japanese War, the German War, the Korean, now down in Vietnam, to uphold America's freedom and independence. We think now that the master should now say, "Slave, you helped me build a house, and you done worked so hard, and tried to love me, but I wouldn't accept you. I shot your leaders and killed you. Now that you're free and educated now, here, take a few of these states, or go back to Asia and Africa now that you're educated, and build a government for yourself, and give us a good send-off, and we think this is the solution.
Will you welcome, please, Muhammad Ali.
I'm not allowed to earn a living here. I'm not allowed to leave the country. And I had about $10 million in contracts in foreign countries, European and African countries, and the government has taken my passport so that I can't go out here to work. Then I cannot work in America. So, and I can name many more people, you know.
But you can't say, though, can you, Mohammed, the simple thing that one race is righteous and another isn't. We all have our faults.
I'm not going into that, you know, I just said.
No, but I mean, all I meant was I can't leave you saying that, in the sense you can't say that one race.
Well, I would say that weapons, all of your guns and your bombs and your poisons are created by your white race.
You can't say that, though, Mohammed. We all have faults.
I would say whiskey and homosexuality. If you go back to England, your country, Europe, when they kicked out the old...
Packed with whiskey and homosexuality wherever you look.
You remember
certainly.
when a lot of the whites were kicked out of there, they say there's trash, they say so-called.
No, but I mean...
They're the ones that landed here.
You can say certain... you can say that there are certain things that, for instance, come and stem from white people. But on the other hand, the black race is equally. We all have our faults.
Well, I would say
cannibalism. Where does that come from?
I would say this.
Where does cannibalism
I don't know about cannibalism. All I know is what you told me in history about it.
You are a wise man. You're an intelligent man. And if I was not a Muslim or follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I couldn't talk to you for 2 minutes. And I believe I can hold my own as an intelligent conversation with you. But it all comes from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But people praise me. Oh, you should be the leader. Well, you don't have to follow Elijah. Man, are you a fool? Everything I got come from him. He taught me who I was. He made me proud. He made me fearless. He made me love my own. I've turned down millions to keep from selling out my people. The beautiful name Muhammad Ali, I now have 56 Muslim invitations by governments. All they ask me about when I go to those countries, how is Elijah Muhammad?
You believe something which I happen to know isn't true.
Now hold it. See, what is it that I believe?
You believe
it's not true.
You believe that the entire white community is your enemy. I happen to know it's not your enemy. I doubt if there's anybody in this room who is your enemy.
I'll tell you what.
But I do believe that just as Hitler persuaded all the Germans to believe that all of the Jews were their enemy, that the people are engaged in spreading this kind of virulence, and that some very, very sincere people get caught up in it. You're an example of it.
It was very early on that I recognized that no board inquiring into his intellect could ever sincerely have come to the conclusion that he was too dumb to be drafted, because he was a very bright guy.
22 million black people in America. Who would you say our everyday common enemy is? What other country or what nationality? I mean, you know, you have the nerve to be on a TV show like this and look at me like I'm wrong for saying Elijah Muhammad is poisoning you by telling you that we're your enemies. And I feel it and see it every day. And every black man watching this show know you are enemies. And you have the nerve to stand up here and say Elijah Muhammad is poisoning my mind. He cannot teach us that you are enemy. You taught us, and your people daily. Martin Luther King is bumped off unjustly. Adam Clayton Powers bumped off unjustly. They took my title unjustly. They killed Medgar Evers unjustly. All the integrators who love white folks was unjustly kicked out of Washington. They've been deprived of education and poverty throughout the country.
The extraordinary thing about it is that although I began thinking that he was simply special pleading on his own behalf, I ended up by thinking he was absolutely correct.
See, now, I don't say I hate you now. Don't say that. I know now. When I was going through Mississippi on a college tour not long ago, stopped at the filling station, have a long limousine, you know, I pulled through, and I traveled in it because a lot of times I don't like to fly. And the fella came out, he said, "What much I give you, boy?" And had a fella with me, he said, "Boy." I said, "Shut your mouth." Restroom, well, I don't think it's working. I said, "Thank you, sir." I'm the guy gonna stand up. I'm the champ of the whole world. You want me to fight for America and I can't even use the toilet. You want me to, what you talk, I wasn't gonna do that, see? I had a right to say, I'm the Olympic gold medal winner. I'm Muhammad Ali, Cassius Clay. Now, he's mad. He called the highway patrol and Klansmen might be around. I'm way back in there by myself and I can't box that good, you understand? So to avoid that booby trap, I said, shut your mouth. We'll go down the highway and find a place we can go. We went a little farther and we were welcomed in another one. So what I'm trying to say is I know where to go and where not to go.
Boxing promoters around the country have had endless difficulty trying to arrange a fight for Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali. But book publishers at Random House had no difficulty today getting 9 camera crews and about 100 reporters and photographers to a news conference to announce his autobiography.
I have many, many things that I would like to say, I would like to talk about concerning the draft situation, concerning the boxing authorities and the steps that have been taken unjustly to not allow me to earn a living. Things and reasons what have motivated me to become a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'm going to tell it all just like it is, and I just can't wait to get started on this book.
Exceed $200,000 for his book.
Thank you very much.
I wish you well.
Appreciate it very much. Writing is as good as fighting. Say hi. Miriam, say hi. Give me milk. Give me some more milk. Give me some milk. Give me some.
I think the best time that he was the best man in the whole world to me, and as a father and as a family man, was the critical times.
Anyway, so he's now I'm not having no trouble out of you. There ain't but one big mouth in this family. There ain't gonna be but one big mouth in this family.
He believed. He really, truly believed he would never fight again.
For 3 years, Ali has been kept out of the ring. No place in America is willing to stage an Ali fight. And having had his passport revoked, it is not possible for Ali to fight outside the U.S. Finally, Ali's managers find a haven that will host the fight, Atlanta, Georgia.
I suspect that perhaps at that time, in no other city but Atlanta, could Ali have obtained a license. And I say that because he had been turned down, as I understand it, in about 70-some-odd cities.
It struck me as a strange venue. I knew it was when I called, but I certainly hadn't made any progress in any other venues which weren't so strange. I did know that the black community in Atlanta wielded a lot of power.
The fight took place in Atlanta because Georgia had no boxing commission and no one there could stop it. But it also took place in Atlanta because Atlanta was the center of black political power in the United States. It was in Atlanta that black State Senator Leroy Johnson could marshal the resources to put on a heavyweight boxing match. It was in Atlanta where the blacks in the city exercised sufficient political power.
They had a lot to say about what went on in city government and what could or could not happen in city government. And there was a Jewish mayor. So it was kind of a good mix, good combination.
When they came to me and asked if I would allow this fight to go, it was not inconsistent with my liberal philosophy.
And so when we were fortunate enough to put the fight together in Atlanta and in Georgia, it was a revelation for black people. It was a new day. It was a revolution, so to speak. It was a way of saying to Ali that we are with you and we're behind you.
Because had not Atlanta opened up the door, I don't think any of those venues that had been talked about or gone to would ever have changed their mind. It was a political football. It was really a hot potato nobody wanted. Once Atlanta broke the ice, then there were other venues that said, well, it's okay, look where he did it.
Yes, Angelo.
Ali was just so grateful and so happy to be back in the ring and for the fight to happen. He didn't say much of anything. Not that much hoopla. He was very reserved and was very businesslike.
I've been off not 1 year, but 3.5 years with a 6-week notice with about the best and the fastest and the trickiest man around today. So we don't have too much time to write poems. make fun. It's all serious business now.
Because you got to remember, Muhammad, as beautiful and athlete as he looked, didn't do anything when he wasn't fighting. In fact, they tried to use that Archie Moore routine with the plastic up to his neck, you know, but he put the plastic on, and don't you know, he went in the gym and tried to rush his conditioning, which you can't do. It's got to come on gradual. So what happened, he got so exhausted, the skin wasn't breathing, and he fought a guy in the gym and he got knocked down. But he trained real hard for that fight, got himself in great shape, and I liked the Quarry fight because it would bring out the best in him, and I can see where to go from there.
It was a great feeling to see Muhammad smiling a lot, you know, and know that there was a little light at the end of the tunnel to do the things that he loved to do, was fight.
Ringside here from Atlanta, Georgia, where tonight there are 5,000 fans packed into this arena, anticipating a great fight and primarily to see the return of a great heavyweight champion, Muhammad Ali, or as, of course, most all of you know him, Cassius Clay. Jerry Quarry, the #1 ranked challenger, who is, of course, tonight going to be fighting perhaps the toughest fight of Jerry's career. Muhammad Ali coming up with his handlers here. And I don't believe that anybody in this entire group is happier than this young man to once again have the opportunity to step into the ring. Boxing is his trade. Boxing is his fame.
Introducing from Bellflower, California, he's wearing blue trunks. He weighs 197.5, Jerry Quarry. His opponent from Louisville, Kentucky, he's wearing white trunks. He weighs 213.5, return of the champion, Muhammad Ali.
Tony? Muhammad, Jerry Quarry, I'm here to enforce the rules of the commission. Now, you scored a knockdown. You must go to the farthest neutral corner and stay there until I tell you to come out. All right? 3 knockdowns, he's out.
The magic moment has arrived. Ali is back in the ring, fighting a real fight. Many feared that it would never happen, but Ali kept the faith and he has finally prevailed. Tonight begins the quest to regain his title belt, a belt that is currently worn by Joe Frazier. But Ali's first obstacle is overcoming a 3-year layoff against a dangerous opponent, Jerry Quarry.
Very fast, using good combination with the right hand. And Quarry gets in a good right. 2 minutes. Slight redness just over the bridge of Jerry Quarry's nose. That left jab is finding its mark.
Looked like he had never been away because Jerry Quarry was so made to order for Muhammad. See, certain guys are made to order because, well, he's a hooker. Jerry wasn't a jabber. So Muhammad's jab used to go into play. And then every time Jerry Quarry would start a punch, bang, he'd get nailed with that jab. The quickness of Ali was too much for Jerry Quarry.
But he wasn't angry with Jerry Curry. He didn't take his bitterness out on Curry because he appreciated Jerry being his first fight on the comeback. And Jerry Curry was a very good fighter.
The round to end round one, and looking at the action right off the start, you have to say one thing, that Muhammad Ali or Cassius Clay, whichever you want it, has certainly appeared in the first round to have lost none of his swift. He is still plenty fast, and his left jab is still a dynamite punch. Jerry Quarry has a slight redness below both eyes and on the bridge of his nose from that left jab. Clay has missed a couple of big punches in that first round, so his timing might be a shade off. But there is also no question that the former heavyweight champion is in fine physical condition. He has done a lot of road work, and he obviously is ready to go. Both fighters are up. The staring contest that took place prior to the start of the fight apparently had no effect on Jerry Quarry, but it might be that Clay's left hand will before too long.
This is the unveiling of the new Muhammad Ali, now 28 years old. The differences are subtle but undeniable. The lightning is gone from Ali's legs. He has slowed just a beat, eliminating his first line of defense. Before his layoff, no one knew if Ali could take a punch, since he was rarely ever hit. Soon it would be clear. For better or worse, Ali has an iron jaw, and he can take his licks with the best of them.
Backwards on the punch. Effectively using his advantage in reach, 10 inches, to stay away from that left hand of Quarry's. Midsection, a left hook to the chin by Quarry.
None of us can really say is going to come about because of the time. 3.5 years, he's just 28 years old, and it's quite an experience.
Well, we'll certainly find out. So far, he has looked in fine condition. Jerry Quarry in the blue trunks, trying to work to the inside, and of course, Clay, having the superior speed, has effectively so far stayed out of range of that left hook. Jerry said in his pre-fight strategy he was going to try to get inside to cut him off. So far, he has not been able to do that. By Quarry.
That's a good test.
Clay is using that left jab just like a piston, constantly keeping Quarry off balance by hammering it out there. There's a slight redness above the right eye of Jerry Quarry.
All of a sudden, we look up, they go inside, boom, and Quarry comes out with blood. That blood was pouring out. And then, of course, when Ali saw the possibility, then he regained his energy and his determination.
Cut is bleeding profusely, and once again, left and right combination by Clay. Quarry is fighting back, but the cut has been open. You see the timer, 15 seconds.
Well, Muhammad just was too quick, too smart. He was nailing Jerry Quarry, and he busted them all up with a right-hand chop. And Teddy bent him, the trainer, stopped the fight because of how bad the cut was. And Teddy Benton was a good cut man. So if he thought that cut was bad, it was a bad cut.
And Perez is calling for the doctor. Quarry is upset about it. Got to trying to hold him back. Referee Tony Perez has signaled the fight is over, apparently because of an eye cut.
It's a terrible cut, Tom. You and I both can see it.
Angelo rushed to get Ali's gloves off. I said, what are you in such a rush for? What's happened? I'm standing there. He said, look. He cut off the right or the left glove, and inside, in the cuff part of the glove, he turned over. It said inside the glove, in indelible ballpoint ink, TKO, 3rd round.
I'm glad that I am back so we can settle this confusion about Joe Frazier and all the people who thinks he's still the champion. And I hope something can soon be worked out where we can solve this whole heavyweight mess.
Now tell me how you felt yourself. Did you feel tonight that you were as sharp? I noticed in the first round that you missed a couple of punches. You're not expected to hit everyone, but did you feel your timing was sharp?
My timing was sharp. Jerry Quarry is tricky. He's a good boxer. I managed to miss just a few punches. He didn't hit me but about once or twice, and that was to the body, not in the face.
And but he was good. He was tricky, and I think my timing. I'm a little stronger now than I was the day I retired. And I think I'm better, a much better fighter now.
Having defeated Quarry, Ali is back in the ring, even though it will be 20 months before he wins his most important decision. On June 28, 1971, the Supreme Court unanimously reverses his conviction, and criminal charges against him are dropped.
Oh, I was on 79th Street on the south side and just bought me orange in a grocery store, and the grocery owner came out and grabbed me and hugged me with tears in his eyes, a little black fella, and told me that you've just been vindicated and you're free. 8 judges all voted in your favor. And he just hugged me and squeezed me, and he was just short, heavy set fella.
What happened when he had to stop, he was just coming into his form, at his best. Yeah, I thought he was going to be at his best. Then all of a sudden it was cut off. It was like turning off jet propulsion. And that's what happened to poor Muhammad. Nobody got to see the best of Muhammad Ali, because the 3.5 years would have been the best.
Is Ali a better fighter after his exile? Who can know? Clearly, he is a bigger celebrity, a larger-than-life hero, recognized and revered the whole world over. He is also a man on a mission to regain what is rightfully his, the heavyweight championship of the world.
When Nixon was elected, the Vietnam War was headed to the end of it, and Nixon was looking for an opportunity to calm the waters a little bit, and figured that it was better to let Ali box and stop following him and fighting him. Better to have a boxer than a martyr.
Like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I must be the greatest.
It is 1970. Muhammad Ali is both the most loved athlete and the most despised athlete in the country. Passions are so high on both sides that each Ali fight becomes a litmus test. Which side are you on? Ali himself is on a quest to regain the title that was taken away without his ever losing a fight. He sees a man named Joe Frazier wearing his belt, carrying his title. He wants that belt. He wants his title. He wants Joe Frazier. But first, he must fight Oscar Bonavena.
Oscar Bonavena was a tremendous puncher and a very strange person.
Baddest heavyweight and the fastest in the world. Back off of me. Why nervio now? It's Monday. It's Monday. Why nervio now?
But at this point, he was simply a banger. He'd been life and death with Frazier a couple of times. I mean, he almost cleaned Frazier's clock. So we all knew he could punch. To say he was not a smart fighter would be sort of redundant, because he was not neither was he a smart person.
In the 9th round, he shall be mine in round 9.
He does not have the power there. Bonavena's getting strong, and Clay seems to get weak.
But the crowd is alive. They know about the prediction. Now they want to see if he can make it stick, if he's been holding back. Slip, no knockdown, slip. Mark Kahn right on it. Crowd misled. Don't you viewers be misled. A left by Bonavena, and they're connected, believe me. There it is. Bonavena holding on. Crowd alive for a change. What has been a most sluggish performance by Muhammad Ali. Bonavena holding on. 1:45 gone in round 9. Crowd exhorting Ali on. Bonavena Raining punches upon him. 1 minute left. No knockdown, no knockdown, no knockdown. Slip and a push by Ali. Now the two are going at it. 45 seconds left. Bonavena staggering, flying a left at Ali. The eye is cut. There's blood out of the left eye of Bonavena. Ali trying to make his prediction stick. He's chopping at him with the left. A good left by Bonavena in retaliation. Ali holding on. Ali tired. 20 seconds left in round 9. And Bonavena's going to last this round. Bonavena coming into Ali. A tough fighter, Oscar Bonavena, as the round ends. And the prediction failed.
Bonavena was mauling, pushing, shoving. But what was happening, the quickness and the movement of Muhammad was taking its toll on Bonavena. So what actually got him going was that left hook. He was beating him with the left hook. Bonavena was looking the hook. And actually, he was beating a left hooker with his own hook. Muhammad had a quick left hook.
We're a minute and 15 seconds into the final round. If Ali gets the decision, it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say in ring center after the bout. He showed signs of becoming the old Clay in the past week with the prediction, with the rhyme. 1:30 left in the fight. Oh, that left floored him. It came from nowhere. Ali came through with a left. The crowd screaming, the first knockdown of the fight. He took the mandatory 8, and now Ali is behaving like the old Ali. One more knockdown in this round, the fight is automatically over. Bonavena is running. If he goes down again, it's over. Ali is the knockout winner at 2 minutes and 3 seconds by my unofficial clock of the final round.
With Bonavena on the canvas, there are no more obstacles to the fight everyone wants to see. Ali versus Joe Frazier for the heavyweight championship of the world.
And if Joe Frazier whoops me, Angelo, he will be the champion of the whole world. I will call him. I will recognize him. But first, he must whip Muhammad Ali.
Joe Frazier was a heck of a fighter. It was like a marriage in heaven with him and Muhammad. Styles just meshed. They blended. Rough, tough guy, busy body, against a premier boxer, quickness, movement.
And do not worry, because Joe Frazier is not the champ, and time will soon tell. And I'm just so thankful to have the opportunity to get in the ring. No pencils, no pens, no boxing authorities, just me and smoking Joe Frazier. See, you don't have that ring. That's it. No.
Okay. You got time. All right, Landon.
I predict that when I meet Joe Frazier, this will be like a good amateur fighting a real professional. This will be like a kid out of the Olympics meeting the fastest heavyweight champion that ever lived. This will be no contest. I just whooped
You're not fighting Quarry, you're not fighting Oscar Bonavena, you're not fighting Sonny Liston, you fighting Joe Frazier.
Oh, everybody knows that's not the point.
That's the point.
Joe, what's your prediction?
My prediction, the fight wouldn't go the distance.
Oh, it won't
I'll
go the
stop
distance.
him.
Stop me.
You.
How soon? What round?
Look,
Don't let him obligate
1
you.
to
He's
10,
agitated.
you be
He's
out there.
agitated.
I want to bet you be out there.
Will it go the full distance?
I don't think the fight will go distant.
In which round, this is from Mexico City TV, in which round are you going to win the fight?
I think I'll stop him inside of 10 rounds.
Might shock and amaze you, but I'm here to retire Joe Frazier. What you got for me, Doc? Bert Lancaster, how you doing, Bert? Talk. Better not talk.
Bring your hands up.
Like that?
Bring them to the side.
I'm used to holding them like that.
Bring it down. Raise your left leg.
Left leg.
Left leg. And the other one. Now let's see you exercise. I want you to do what I do. Bend down 20 times, touching your toes. As
You
fast
do it
as
20
can.
times. You said do what you do.
The doctor told him to do that 20 times. He said, you do it 20 times.
Fast. Come on. Let's have some action. Quick.
Yes, boss.
Frazier's style compared to Ali's was unorthodox. It's always difficult to work with a good unorthodox fighter because you've been working with orthodox fighters in preparation for the fight. You're not going to find another Joe Frazier out there that you can find guys who look like him maybe, or have be the same height, or guys who have a good left hook, but they have all the other things that Joe Frazier has and put them together and use them against you. You're not going to find anybody like that. So that's one thing that was going for Frazier and going against Ali.
Well, Joe Frazier's not skillful. He don't throw a left jab. Joe Frazier don't dance and pop jab and move and back up. He's just one like a machine, just steady coming, taking punches. Just a matter of time that he gets that old hook in. And it takes a while for that hook to come around, see? And them straight ones, see? See, them are the kind that add up, see? Not them kind like that. Chop, 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 chop. There he is. There he is, y'all. There's y'all's tramp. I mean,
Hey, Joe. This is the heavyweight champion of the world.
The official weight, Joe Frazier, 205.5 pounds.
I still feel like I can do it in 10 rounds. I don't think Clay will be able to run that fast. I don't think he can keep up with the pressure that I'm going to put on him. You're going to have to stop him.
getting sick and tired of all this mess. He Joe Frazier, the heavyweight champion of the world. Clumsy, ugly, flat-footed Joe Frazier. I'll show you what a real champion is. I'll show you what a real champion is. Take that thing on down. I ain't that heavy. Move it on down, Commissioner. Joe Frazier whoops me, I hand him the belt. When he proved to me he's the real champion of the world, this will be his belt. I'll tell you again, if Joe Frazier whips me, I'm going to get on my knees and crawl across the ring, look up at him and say, you are the greatest. You are the champion of the whole world. Then I'm going to put my hands on my knees and I'm going to crawl across the ring and go home. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Oh, rumble, young man, rumble. Oh! Send him down.
No one knew who would referee that particular fight. And we weren't notified until 4 o'clock that afternoon. But there were 7 referees who had pictures in the Daily News. I have that somewhere in my file, where 7 were mentioned as possible candidates for this fight. And we weren't notified till 4 o'clock that night. And I remember staying in New York and I had my bag already packed, hoping that I'd be called.
And now we're ready. Hundreds of millions are seeing this bout around the world. A packed house at Madison Square Garden. Muhammad Ali in the red trunks, Joe Frazier in the green trunks. They appear very light. Frazier will try to bore in and catch his man. Muhammad Ali opening up fast. He may try to blitz him here in round 1, and he's trying it. Muhammad Ali may try a blitz. He got in that good left hook. Frazier is not the easy target he used to be. He's bobbing and weaving all the time.
Well, in preparing Frazier for this fight, I had long since started Frazier to bobbing and weaving, which exaggerated his lack of height and made him even a smaller target to hit, and a more difficult target because he was moving side to side, moving his head a lot, and he was down low.
Frazier is more vulnerable in the first round, and Muhammad Ali knows that. Muhammad Ali shakes his head and is warned for holding behind the neck.
That was one of his favorite tricks, is to keep the head down, all opponents, so that he could look over at the audience and let's assume he got a left hook or a right cross. He would now entertain the public, hold the man's head down, and look out and say, he didn't hurt me, you know.
but he was tagged. A whipping left hook to the body that must have hurt by Frazier. Now Muhammad Ali is finding the mark with those jabs. And he gets caught on the rope, which he should not do. 1 minute to go in round one. Frazier is smiling as he takes those jabs. Muhammad Ali, strangely enough, is not trying to make use of the ring. He's standing there with Frazier. And that's not considered healthy. Muhammad Ali, flat on his feet, not up on his toes, like the Muhammad Ali of old. Frazier just fights one way. He bores in and he punishes. 15 seconds to go in the round. It's been a fairly close round. Frazier getting closer to the ex-champion. The round is almost over.
Well, the round is over. Listen to the roar of that crowd. That is one of the most exciting first rounds I think we've seen in a long time. And Frazier really is unrelenting. He keeps moving in. He hasn't given Muhammad Ali any chance to move around and fight his own fight. It would seem to me that Frazier's making the fight.
Champion Joe, Muhammad Ali, round two. The Muhammad Ali that we remember of 3.5 years ago was a dancer. He's not dancing tonight. He may be trying to slug with Joe. Those are hard jabs and a good right cross. Frazier may have been hurt a little bit by that punch. Referee Arthur McCanty, a fine official, gets them apart. A good exchange. A whipping right hand that did Muhammad Ali no good. Now Muhammad Ali may have been shaken. It's a real Pier 6 belt. Muhammad Ali got in the best exchange, a good 1-2, a moment or two ago, as you saw.
And Frazier was constantly coming to him and moving the head side to side. Ali had to try to punch to keep him off.
Muhammad Ali is not keeping Joe Frazier away from him. However, he is scoring heavily. Round two is half over. Frazier has taken a good battering in this round. Stop talking! And the referee told them both to stop talking. They have time for that?
Ali would say, man, if that's the best punch you have, I'm going to kick your ass right in, man. And stuff like that. And he was never vulgar in the ring, but he would try to outpsych you to kind of demean you. And then that demeaning would be more on your mind than anything else. And you know, he was very, very clever in the ring.
Less than a minute to go in this round. Frazier every so often digs that wicked left hook to the body. It has been a dandy. Ooh, that must have hurt. Frazier has been hit with solid right hands that would have felled an ordinary man. 15 seconds to go in the round. That was the best punch in the fight. That left hook.
Beautiful round. Ali exhibiting magnificent skill.
Dundee.
All right, Bert and Archie, round five.
Round five.
Muhammad Ali may have been told to move more. He's up on his toes for the first time tonight, but he was tagged. Muhammad Ali dancing around for the first time. But Frazier has caught him again. Frazier says, come on in and fight. You know, Frazier also has a good jab. Muhammad Ali slipped there over in Frazier's corner. It's very wet, apparently. Always is in a fighter's corner.
Ali was a master of the clinch. First of all, he was big, strong, and he could really hold you in there tightly. He knew how to tie you up so that you couldn't move. You know, he was that strong.
Muhammad Ali gets his right hand behind the neck and pulls Frazier in on him once in a while. Good 1-2 and a jab. Now Frazier is mimicking Ali. He's just smiling at him. If anybody is psyched here, it is not Joe Frazier. Look at that hook. Frazier is just laughing at him, talking to him. You know, that's the way Muhammad Ali used to taunt his opponents. Half a minute to go in the round. Bert Lancaster said that Joe Frazier was like a tank. That's just what he is. He just can't keep sticking that chin out, though.
What a round. What a round. Joe Frazier's taking the play away from Muhammad Ali.
Frazier is the fresher of the two, no question. Round 9 of a 15-rounder. You must remember this in the scoring. Muhammad Ali has been making most of the clinches, and that will count against him. He has broken off the exchanges more often than not. He has also scored some devastating punches against Joe's head. Remember, against Oscar Bonavena, Muhammad Ali had enough left in the 15th round to score a knockout. Joe bobbing and weaving, trying to get that whipping left at the head. 2 minutes to go in this round. Frazier coasting a moment. Got him on the ropes above us.
All right, come on, break, boys.
Now Frazier is starting to relax and rest on the inside.
All right, break. Step back.
Frazier trying to get that left hook to the head and takes punches in return.
Come on, man. Get out of here.
Frazier trying to get that guard down. Ali covering up on the ropes. That was a wicked punch. So was that. I think Muhammad Ali is in real trouble now, judging by his looks. He's throwing out wild right hands. And Muhammad Ali comes back. He's got a great reserve.
What do you vote? That's the best round. That's the best round for Ali, wouldn't you say? That's by far Ali's best round after taking a wicked left hook on the rope there.
Frazier taking that battering again. Half a minute to go in the round. Round almost over, as you see.
Another great round, and another good round, incidentally, for Ali.
Round 11. No knockdown. No knockdown. Muhammad Ali slipped down that time.
Step back. Quick. All right, fight. Step back. Come on, Ali, step back.
I'd say they're both pretty tired. There are 2 minutes left in round 11. Muhammad Ali holds on, but Joe's not rushing in there either. He's holding too. Joe trying to get that shot in there. Muhammad talks to him again. Not much happening, I'll say. Frazier has gotten wild. He's lost the good timing he had earlier. Lost the rhythm. That one hurt. So did that. And Muhammad Ali staggered. Muhammad Ali was locked. He's holding on desperately.
Well, Joe Frazier really nailed him a shot. What happened again? He was playing with him. Bang, bang, playing with him, laying back, and got nailed. Joe really nailed him a left hook. I don't know how he stayed erect. If the ropes weren't there, he would have been out of the arena. He was out in the corner. And then he moved out of the corner, started moving all over on bad legs.
Muhammad Ali rocks into the rope. He almost went down. Seconds.
The round is over. The round is over. What a round.
I don't know how Muhammad got over the 11th round, to be honest with you. To me, he was a superhuman being. You know, when he came back in the corner from beginning of it, before the 12th round started, I was a little leery about him getting out of there because he was in bad shape in that 11th round. He got over it. I don't know how the heck he did it.
They're both tired. Why not after that pace? Muhammad Ali is missing a lot of those punches. Frazier laughs at him again. One minute to go in the round. Round 12. It could be a tough fight to score. Half a minute to go in the round. Round almost over.
That's the end of the 12th round. And Archie, that was a tremendous round.
Yes, it was.
Ali made a great comeback, didn't he, there?
Yes, but Frazier had him on the
really
ropes.
did.
Ali making the clinches again. They're both great game fighters. There's a spot of blood on the shoulder of Ali. I guess it's from Frazier, but I don't see where. Well, they're fighting like lightweights now. The tide turns the other way now. If Frazier stays on top of Ali, Ali has no punching room. It's almost over this round. There's the bell.
Round is over. Round 13 is over. And what a round. I mean, that Joe Frazier's got to be some kind of a man. Ali hit him with every combination he could think of. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 5 or 6 times.
Frazier is very puffed around the eyes. He's got swelling around both eyes from those tremendous jabs and hooks. Frazier's right eye looks as though it might be closing. Frazier talks to him again there. This round nearly over. Round 14. No knockdowns, but Muhammad Ali was staggered in the 11th and almost went down.
That's the end of round
14, and what another great round it was. All right, this is the final round of the fight, and what a fight it's been.
15 and final round. Referee Arthur McCanty has them touch gloves, something they've been doing all night. Now, Muhammad Ali's going to go boxing again. And Frazier gets in to nullify that attack. Step back, says the referee. Time is important here.
Ali was hit by a left hook by Frazier that would have knocked a barn down. But Ali was up. I don't believe I even got to the count of 2. He was right up.
Muhammad Ali was flat on his back, but he's a well-conditioned athlete. However, he is real tired. Frazier smartly goes for the body when Muhammad Ali covers up. 2 minutes to go in the fight. 2 minutes. The crowd, needless to say, is in a bedlam. Oh, what a shot! If Joe had followed that up, he would have finished him. Muhammad Ali has never taken such a battering. Frazier is just pot-shotting him now.
As a matter of fact, the last third of that round, if you look at that fight closely, the last third of that 15th round, Ali came back.
1 minute, 1 minute left. Look for a last-minute flurry by Muhammad Ali. Less than a minute to go. Muhammad Ali gamely fights back. And Ali again makes the clinch. Remember, the scoring is on a round basis. Frazier is tired, and his eyes are closing. Half a minute to go. Frazier has won the big rounds, the 11th and the 15th, at least up to now. Frazier has the man in the corner. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. We'll have an interview with the winner and maybe with the loser. Here it is.
It is the first loss in Muhammad Ali's pro career, but even in losing, Ali adds to his legend. This was a battle for the ages, an hour in the ring that will be recounted for decades.
Frazier saw that opening and threw a massive left hook and hit him perfectly in the right spot, and that's right at the tip of the chin. There's no one who can withstand a punch when it's landed properly, just like below the mouth line, right at that little section of the chin. The fight has become tired after the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th round, and they start to open their mouths. And then when they're hit, if you would even tap your own chin now, like I'm doing with your mouth open, you can feel the traumatic feeling up in the head, and you can imagine being hit with a left hook like Frazier threw.
And as his doctor, you're not worried about him taking on this fellow again?
I'd be more worried about Joe Frazier taking him on from a medical standpoint, because he's taking some kind of shellacking for 15 rounds. I think Joe is a super champion, and I love the man. I don't like to see him get hurt, and I wish he would not fight for much longer.
You might retire after this fight. Are you going to fight again?
Well, we haven't, let's say, talked it over yet. The fight just got over. So Yank and I got to go home and take it easy. I got to live a little, man. I've been working for 10 long years.
I didn't want to lose, but since I have lost, you have to just make the best of it. Like a man's in prison for 99 years. He's there, just realize he's in prison, and he'll have to make his world in prison. So same with this. I lost, and I think I won on points. If you look at Frazier's face and look at mine, there's no comparison. You know, I've been always handing out the defeat, so now I'm defeated, and now I can see how other people felt. And when I do come back, if I ever do, I'll have a more of a hunger, determination, which is something you lose in the intoxication of so-called greatness, and then the intoxication of being always victorious. You soon come to the point where you let your guard down.
Do you think that Muhammad Ali will ever be heavyweight champion of the world again?
Well, I don't think he's ever stopped being that in my mind or in my eyes. But I'll tell you one thing, he will be heavyweight champion of the world again.
I don't think you have another man today that could have went 15 rounds with Joe Frazier, that hard and constant for 15 and take his best and get up and then also hit him 3 times when he hit me.
But Muhammad, if you had fought him 3 years ago,
I think he'd whip me quicker because I wasn't as strong as I am now. I don't hit as hard as I do now.
Did it turn out the way you wanted it?
No, it didn't. I wanted Ali to win.
What'd you think of the fight?
I thought it was terrific. Best fight I ever saw.
Best fight I ever seen. I've seen him for a long, long time. Clay's twice the man I thought he was.
Very good.
But
Really,
it was a
terrific.
Good decision. Good decision. It was fixed. It was a fight.
He'll be back. You can believe that. He'll be back.
Frazier was so sore he couldn't even lift his hand up to say, I'm the champ.
I thought the fight was terrific. Both boys were very good, but the better man showed at the end. Terrific for Joe Frazier. Terrific.
Well, this is a blow-up of an etching I did. I did a series of etchings of all the rounds of the fight. When Joe hit him with that left hand, which of course was his cream punch, Ali went down, and he just seemed to, he looked so big horizontal, going down. It was almost like slow motion, legs up in the air, and he bounces off the canvas, and as he hits the canvas, he bounces up. He's now on his way back. He's on his way to his feet to continue the fight. He didn't even have a chance to get humiliated.
Yeah, I drive all the time. I have 2 chauffeurs, but I drive them. Driving and listening to Little Richard.
One of the reasons for Ali's immense popularity is that he always seems to be enjoying himself. The loss to Joe Frazier hasn't changed that. Away from the ring, Ali spends many of his most contented moments at home with his second wife, Belinda, and his oldest daughter, Marion.
You do? Where do you want to go? In your car? Come on, we'll take you in your car. Let's go see Mama. Let's go get some orange juice. You want some orange juice? Daddy's got to leave you. He's going in training down here. Okay. Daddy's going to fight. You want to go with him? You can't. Can you fight? Do you fight? No, you don't fight. You can't go.
Yes, I go.
No, Daddy going to get in shape. You stay home, yeah?
I want to go with you.
You want to go fight with me? Okay.
Just stop fighting now so you can be at home with them while they're growing up?
Well, after the next Joe Frazier rematch, I will be finished.
Either way.
Got to get Joe Frazier.
Either way, win or lose.
Win or lose, but I'm not thinking about losing. I beat him this time, but just didn't get the decision. But I'm going to make it convincing the next time.
After he lost to Frazier in the first fight, the strategy was playing, the boxing strategy was playing from there on in. He would go out and try to fight every heavyweight who drew breath anywhere on the planet. And by defeating them, he would take away another opponent for Frazier, another opponent for Frazier. So at the end of this master plan, there'd only be Muhammad Ali standing and waiting, and you got to fight me, Joe. I'm the world's last heavyweight.
And Mathis has certainly gone flat-footed. That little bit of sprint shuffle we saw early on has gone now. The punches he's taken in the head have gone to his boots a bit. Yes, that was it. I thought he would go there. He was really sagging in round 11. The right hand shot is... I'm absolutely looking right at him here, a few feet. He's tired. He's just getting that extra respite there after the mandatory 8 count, wiping of the rosin from his glove. Is this the finish? Is he going to toy with him, Ali? It's all over. Just when he wanted to, he picked his punch.
Another effect of his long layoff was the fact that his hands were now getting sore because having been used to punching all the time and then not punching for 3 years, when he came back, they were very, very sore. And I had to inject them with Novocaine, same thing that Dennis used, in order to, between the web spaces, in order that he could punch with impunity.
Ali with a left jab. The challenger forcing the attack. Has Ali back against the rope, and now the referee will separate them. Ali with a combination. Left uppercut, overhand right. Here comes the challenger, swinging wildly, pressing the attack, not landing anything, but very aggressively challenging the champion.
Muhammad had both his hands were bruised, and what I had to do with him is actually put big sponges on both hands. And what Muhammad actually did, if you look at the tape, he literally slapped the guy into submission.
Lynn is taking a beating. It is a cumulative effect from a series of punches. He answers with a wild flurry, doing no damage. The champ, sizing him up, has that killer instinct in his eye. Lands with a left, and another left. Ali is doing damage now, and Glynn is taking a beating. Oh, that right hand, the overhand right. I think he nailed him. Glynn against the ropes, hanging on, and on the canvas. He is down. This could be it.
He held his hands down. Only reason he could get away from holding his hands down because he was constantly moving. Now, if he was standing still with a fighter, he couldn't drop his hand like this. But if he's moving around the ring, you can drop it like this. And that was him.
Ali, 30 years old, Foster, 29.
Ali had the fastest footwork in boxing, I think in boxing history, and especially to be a heavyweight. He could move better than any heavyweight we had ever seen. That's why today we all say he's one of the greatest of all time because of his footwork as a heavyweight.
Those blows are all landing. Foster is hurt. They're all landing.
Certain guys gave Muhammad trouble. And, you know, I'll tell you something very interesting. Chuvalo, if he'd have thrown a jab at Muhammad, he may have got lucky with Muhammad. Because Muhammad never figured him for a jab.
This is another replay of the Ali-Chuvalo match of 1967. The crowd whooping it up for Ali and whooping it up for Chuvalo to come forward. Ali, when we thought it would be going the other way at this point. Ali with not too much speed, but missing a lot more than he wants to. Only 9 seconds left. Watch that little thing on the bottom of your screen. They're cleaning it out now. Down, you will hardly hear it. Chuvalo still stands, and he is still getting up the back.
The former heavyweight champion of the world, from Louisville, Kentucky, Muhammad Ali.
You see now that Lewis is rooted to the center of the ring, and this fellow is using this ring, even though it is only about 16 feet square, and the referee having a job to keep out of the way of these big fellows as well. But it doesn't look as though it's had any effect yet on Lewis's legs. And he's willing to throw bombs if he gets the chance.
And again, these right hands that are getting, why doesn't Lewis get out of that corner? Yes, he is as well. I hope that he heard me, because it really is ridiculous just to stand there and take them. What a right hand. That was the punch, I think, that Ali was looking for. He teed off with that right hand. He let the left hands go. What you may call the old Muhammad Ali, sprinkling away there, really giving them the business. And it looks as though Eskin feels that that's enough. He's not going to allow Muhammad Ali to toy with Blue Lewis, but he's had the professional pride of finishing this fight on his feet in the 11th round. And I think the fantastic performance by Muhammad Ali and a great performance of courage by Blue Lewis. And Muhammad Ali is being lifted
on his shoulders there. You haven't seen that before. His brother Rockman is lifting him up, and Lewis is lifting Muhammad Ali up.
Another very interesting fight that I had was Muhammad Ali and Floyd Patterson, #2.
And as you would expect, a lot of encouragement there for Floyd Patterson. And a word in the ear there, a conference going on with Boudini Brown. He's very noisy, second there.
Both fighters came in with the same color trunks. And it's known in boxing that one fighter has to have either red or blue or white or black, and the other fellow has another color, whatever it is, but they're not the same.
So there has to be a change of trunks here. So this could be an embarrassing situation, I think.
Floyd Patterson was asked to change his tights, or his trunks rather, not his tights, his trunks, and Floyd refused. And Ali threatened to walk out of the ring. Floyd Patterson also threatened to walk out of the ring. And the fight did start because it was stated very aptly by one of the announcers that both of these fellas are known. I mean, no one has to have... They could have any color trunks on. People know Ali from Patterson, so the fight continued and they both had their white trunks on.
Both of them former Olympic gold medalists. Both won gold medals at 18 in Helsinki and Rome. Patterson as a middleweight, Ali as a light heavyweight. Although that's one time where the crowd got a little bit excited, and who knows, Ali may have been a bit worried there because Patterson got through with the punches.
All I can recall, there was a great deal of dislike between those two men. And when the fight started, all I could hear was Ali saying that I'm going to humiliate you in this fight, because Floyd Patterson would never refer to him as Muhammad Ali.
So the halfway stage, round 6 then, and as if you didn't know, Muhammad Ali and Floyd Patterson, and this is the really lively round, it would seem.
He did appear not to knock him out, just to keep him there and just rat-tat-tat-tat, and kind of humiliate him, and he did.
The thing is, when it comes to spirit and gameness, you can count on Floyd Patterson, even though that blood now dripping from that right eye, and it's Ali taking him apart now, with half a minute to go in the 6th round.
He started out of the ring by trying to get his opponent's mind, work on him mentally. Because if he work on him mentally, where the opponent would lose his thinking ability or blow his top, Ali could move in and take full advantage of that. I would say it worked good on all of his opponents except Frazier. Frazier paid it no mind. I think Norton paid it no mind because they was hip to his way of working on their opponent because they had seen him fight earlier, so they knew what he was coming with. So I think Frazier and Norton paid it no mind at all.
Ali, fun to think of with myself, in Lake Tahoe, he fought Bob Foster and defeated Bob Foster. I fought Henry Clark for the California Championship. And in that fight, he saw me fight and felt that he could beat me. And so things were put in motion to have a Norton Ali fight.
First round did not have a lot of action, but the points would have to go, it seemed, to Yancey Durham sitting next to me, Frazier's manager, and me, to Ali. Now about the scoring, very quickly. The winner of a round gets anywhere from 1 to 5 points. The loser of a round gets anywhere from none to 4 points. No points for either fighter if the round is even. The man with the highest total points wins the fight. Good left there by Norton. That excited the crowd.
So what happened when we came back to the corner, I saw the blood coming out. There was a different color naturally. And I told Muhammad, I think your jaw's busted. He said, I think I may have to stop this fight. He said, don't you stop this fight. I'll beat this guy. And then Howard Cosell in the following rounds asking me, hey, Ange, what's happening? What's happening? I said, nothing. I think his gum is bleeding a little bit, Howard. But actually, his jaw was busted.
And Ali just hasn't been right. And I think he may have cracked a tooth in his mouth, judging by the way he's holding his mouth. Not with his hands, of course, but the mere structure of the mouth.
Ali insisted that the fight be not stopped, just shut up and let's get on with the fight, which we all did. We just took a deep breath and said, well, he wants to sustain all that pain, let's go on with it. And he did, marvelously. He took the pain, didn't say a word.
And Ali, who has done virtually nothing all afternoon. But Kenny Norton, who hasn't been a good enough fighter to take advantage of the control he's had over Ali, really, but still a fighter who's grown in confidence, and in the last round, the 10th round, began to land to the belly effectively, and even was getting the left jab in there much more quickly than he had earlier. Half a minute gone in round 11. Delivering punches there, just blocking Norton's with his arms and gloves. Minute and 10 seconds gone in the 11th round. Ali is landing in this round, as you can see. He is scoring. Muhammad Ali. That right hurt Ali. It got in there, and there's blood in Ali's mouth, too. Norton is all over. Norton is the one with the fight left in him. The countdown for the end of the fight. Ali's mouth is bloody. The left gets in, and a good right. He is all over Ali. He is punching him around the ring. One could believe in miracles. Norton himself is tired. You just saw him groping for breath against the ropes, but he knows what he's doing here. Maybe there is something in hypnotism, because it's worked for Kenny Norton today.
Because Ali was a master at getting one mad at oneself, or getting one mad at him. When you're mad at him, you cannot think of what you were supposed to do. You will make mistakes, and he would capitalize. In this fight, he made mistakes. I capitalized.
This crowd is going wild. They are sensing a decision in favor of unknown Kenny Norton. Nobody can really believe what they have seen. It is a tired Ali and a hurt Ali.
Referee, Frank Rustich. 7 points Norton, 5 points Ali.
There it is. There it is. One of the greatest upsets again in boxing history.
Ali in defeat to me was an individual who accepted it like a man. The first fight we fought in San Diego, after defeating the man, I didn't know him well. He walked over to me after the fight to congratulate me on winning. I remember saying to him that I hope this doesn't affect our friendship in the future. And he smiled and walked off.
Went to the operating room, got operated on, came out. Next day, he was consoling us. We weren't consoling him.
I'm actually crying. I felt so terrible. And I sort of leaned over, and he saw me crying. He sort of put his arm on my shoulder. He says, "Don't worry, Ange, we'll be back."
And everybody was feeling choked up, and he said, "Hey, he's just broke my jaw. Next time, I'll knock him out."
The talk is that Ali is finished, he's washed up, but I have a big surprise for the whole world. The bee has not lost his sting, and the butterfly still has his wing.
It is now 1973, and Ali is at a crossroads. He is 31 years old, middle age for a boxer. Ali's magic has always been quickness and speed, the province of youth. But Father Time has slowed his step, his jab, and even his tongue. Ali will have to reinvent himself to regain his dominance and his title.
When Ali came back from his retirement, he discovered something. He no longer had the reflexes, he no longer had the speed to avoid punches, but he discovered something else. Those punches didn't hurt him. So now his stamina, his conditioning, and the fact that he could take these great shots to the chin made him a different kind of champion, a battling kind of champion rather than a running kind of champion. Those were the years when Ali really had to fight for everything he had, from round 10 to round 15. In those days, there were 15-round fights. That was Ali's alley. That's where he wanted to fight.
Look like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I must be the greatest.
It is 1973, 6 years and 2 defeats since Ali owned the title. There is much speculation that his glory days are past. Still, there is only one opinion that counts in this matter, and Muhammad Ali knows in his heart that it is his title and his destiny to recapture the heavyweight championship of the world. A rematch with Joe Frazier becomes his obsession, but first, he has another score to settle. Ali wants to take on the man who broke his jaw, Ken Norton.
And we were sitting there one day, and Herbert was negotiating for another fight, and Norton, and Ali kept saying, "No, get me Norton. I want Norton." No, he said, "Well, we got a big purse, we got this." He said, "No, I want Norton. Just get me Norton. I don't want nobody but Norton." I remember him saying that vividly. Norton, just get me Norton.
The man said, "Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee." I said, he was okay till he met me.
Kenny Norton's style with Ali was very different because he had learned some Archimoa's style of fighting, which was like this. And anytime a fighter come in like this on you, it's hard to hit him with either punch. It's hard to hit him with a hook, it's hard to hit him with an uppercut, and it's very hard to hit him with a straight jab. So Kenny had mixed a lot of that style with his style, and it gave Ali a lot of trouble. Ali couldn't get a good clean punch on Kenny Norton because of that Archimoa style.
Here in round 3, Norton in blue is after Ali as he was in their first fight, throwing punches from every angle. Norton bombing Muhammad Ali. Kenny pouring it on. Ali holds on desperately. There's Drew Bundini Brown, Ali's close friend and trainer. Ali's coming back here in round 3. Both men are pulling out all the stops. They want this one badly. Norton putting on tremendous pressure.
Now Norton, after having beaten him in the first fight, in the second fight he decided he was going to fight like Joe Frazier. So he wasted 4 rounds before I could get him on the track. 4 rounds trying to beat Joe Frazier instead of Ken Norton.
Here in the 11th, both Ali Ali and Norton are shooting the works. Powerful, searing punches shot out by both men. What a sensational fight. Norton ripping in body shots. The men touch gloves for the 12th and final round of this truly sensational rematch. Boxing smartly. A beautiful combination by Muhammad Ali. Ali now definitely the stronger of the two. He sends in ripping combinations. Norton isn't giving up. He's fought a magnificent fight, but it seems that Ali has the momentum. No one thought Ali could get into such brilliant condition to go 12 rounds at this breakneck pace. It's a big Ali round. Ali tying up Ken Norton. There's the final bell ending this great rematch.
The decision was close, but unanimous. Ali defeats Norton and settles the score.
Now, I'm not going to show you all of my great talent, because when I retire from the ring, I want the people to be shocked, but I don't want them to know how great I am. So I'm going to give you just little teasers. And this is one of the old great tunes here in America, which all black people dance to, and it may have gotten to your countries back in the 40s or 30s. It's called the Boogie Woogie. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, we heard.
And it goes like this.
We were just about ready to close the fight with Frazier, the champion, except that Frazier had to fight this fight against this really raw, inexperienced fighter who had no skills, good punch, but very ponderous, that Frazier was going to take out in a round or two. And they did the fight in Jamaica. And the opponent, of course, was George Foreman, who knocked Frazier.
Sends Norton crumbling to the canvas.
Ali fulfills a long-time dream by buying a training camp in Deer Lake, Pennsylvania.
There's on these rock, Marciano Rock over here. We have a Joe Louis Rock. Entering, you see a Jack Dempsey Rock. All natural, good, cold, clear well water. You can't get this in the city. Oh, boy, a big pot of raw spinach. Nothing real, all right. Where's my hot pepper? Big old juicy steak.
While eating and good times are abundant at Deer Lake, this is a training camp, and training for fights is the reason Ali comes here. In January of '74, Ali beats Joe Frazier in a rematch to force the inevitable fight, the fight for Ali to regain the title that he hasn't owned for 7 years. Ali will fight George Foreman for the heavyweight championship of the world.
It seemed like at different stages of Ali's career, there was always a Sonny Liston standing in his path. except that he was reincarnated with a new name, but it was always the same leer, the same grimace, the same bulging biceps. George Foreman, again, was a guy that people thought would be champion forever.
But you would go on, even if you would lose there?
Beg your pardon?
You would continue boxing even if you would lose over there?
I beg your pardon?
You got to remember that at the time, George Foreman was viewed like Sonny Liston 10 times over. I mean, he had just decapitated Joe Frazier, and he was maiming people in the ring. This man, George Foreman, was awesome.
I honestly thought Foreman would hurt him. I was in awe of Foreman's power and strength. I'd seen him knock that bag off the wall. I'd seen him beat Joe Frazier nearly to death. So I wasn't concerned about the victory, the title, and no, I was just concerned about his physical well-being. I didn't want him to get hurt.
King comes on the scene. He had never promoted much of anything, and he offers Ali and Foreman $5 million apiece to fight.
There was a gentleman by the name of Fred Weimer who had been calling me over the last 2 or 3 weeks, indicating that he represented the government of Zaire, that he was involved in putting several projects, industrial and mining projects, into Zaire, and that Zaire was interested in putting a major fight in Zaire.
My brothers, Muhammad Ali and George Foreman, we are happy to see you among us.
And the object of them putting a major fight, especially this fight, in Zaire, was because at that time in history, the president for life, Mobutu Sese Seko, was fighting to become the main player in the Organization of African Unity. And his opposition in that was Idi Amin.
We are the champion and the #1 contender, so I'm pretty sure that it'll be a fight from the first bell to the ending bell. I predict that you'll be seeing a good fight.
Last night, I had a dream. When I got to Africa, I had one hell of a rumble. I had to beat Tarzan's behind first for claiming to be the king of the jungle. For this fight, I've wrestled with alligators. I've tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning and put thunder in jail. You know I'm bad. I have murdered a rock. I injured a stone, and I hospitalized a brick. I'm so bad I make medicine sick. I'm so fast, man, I can run through a hurricane and don't get wet. When George Foreman meets me, he'll pay his debt. I can drown a drink of water and kill a dead tree. Wait till you see Muhammad Ali.
The plane ride was a big kick because Muhammad called me up and they brought me into the cockpit. Well, naturally, all the guys were Zairois. He said, see them? They're my brothers. They're the pilots. They're giving us the Zaire.
This is a seminal moment in Ali's life. Before he steps on the plane, Africa is just another continent to fight in, a chance to call himself the king of the jungle, or to tease sports writers about boiling them alive. Never again. Africa changes Ali, showing him a culture with black pilots, black lawyers and doctors, and a predominantly black population that worships him. It changes him profoundly. It helps establish him as the most recognizable man on the entire planet.
And huge crowds showed when Ali arrived. They wanted to touch him. He had such a fabulous reputation. And the road was lined with people wanting to see Ali, and Ali was afforded a wonderful reception.
When they started hollering Ali, Ali, looked like it was the whole city or state of Africa behind Ali.
As far as Ali was concerned, he got more and more into the fact that he was in Africa. He was drawing this tremendous strength because it was the time of a black awakening, and he was one of the leaders of the black is best, black is beautiful, and seemed to be drawing all kind of energy from that, all kind of feeling that this is where I came from, this is Africa, I'm here, I'm really here in Africa.
Black people owning all the land, all of the water, this is a big inspiration for us.
Donc l'Afrique noire est un, si vous voulez, notre terre, c'est une terre très belle.
We flew here by Air Zaire from Paris, and we had 5 black pilots, all black students, and this is never seen in America.
Ali Boom Ali, that means Ali killed, Ali killed, Ali killed.
When Foreman arrived, somebody translated what those billboards said, Ali, kill him. George became more sullen than what he normally was. And from that moment, George wanted to leave Zaire and either conduct the fight somewhere else or not conduct it at all. This is how George felt. And this feeling kept growing.
Agitation, ça sert à rien.
Because of
you started up. The chick want to shake your hand, Sandy. She can shake mine.
The more time went by, the worse it was for George Foreman because psychologically he wasn't up to being Africa. To him, he was still an American. He was at the Intercontinental in a suite and having food brought to him from New York in planes and water brought to him. I mean, he was a disgrace. He insulted the nation of Zaire. He had dogs with him that were like police dogs, which the Belgian police had to sick them on the natives, so they weren't very happy to see his big police dogs he had to keep people away from. Almost every step he made was wrong. And all the time he was getting himself deeper and deeper in psychological trouble because he just wasn't training properly. He thought everything was structured against him. He began to imagine water was poison.
So a couple of times I scouted him running and discovered he would cut the running short because I guess he had the idea he was going to shut this big mouth youngster up in 1 or 2 rounds. And Ali and I got together, and Ali knew with his speed and his boxing ability, he would be able to move 6 or 7 rounds on Foreman and tie him out. So that's how we happened to be able to overcome the annihilation that Foreman was intended to put on Ali.
Wherever you go, you say James Brown, and the people get up and automatically and start doing American stuff. Get up, and start So this man, if this man right here, when this man tell me he don't come for no fight, he comes to support me, that means George Foreman, he's in double trouble. That chump is in double trouble. Because with James Brown, I gotta put him down. Yeah.
We used to spy, thanks to Howard Bingham, with his telescopic lens. We'd be off about 2 blocks down the road, and I would look, get behind a partition or something. But we were getting kicks. We were having fun because Muhammad was there. See that? See that? See what? Oh boy! See that? He's throwing a left hook. You're going to be able to nail him with a right hand down the pike. And we used to occupy and have fun with each other.
Flee at 3, Muhammad Ali. Hey, little boy, what you looking for? What you looking for, little boy?
It is 8 days before the fight, and Foreman is having a routine sparring session. Despite his protective headgear, the champ suffers a freakish cut above his right eye. Rumors fly. Some say the fight will be canceled. Foreman's going back to the States. Some say the cut is serious. Others insist it was self-inflicted. Foreman calls a press conference.
First of all, as you know, as soon as the injury happened, I demanded that the press knew within a few minutes, as soon as I cleared the blood off my face, I wanted to make sure that the press that was here knew, and I think within minutes, the guys were in my dressing room. Okay, so there was an accident. So the second thing is to prepare something genuine and something proper to say to you. And today, we have something genuine and proper to you. There has been an injury, and I'm still dependent on the fight. I want the fight, and the fight will take place.
The fight is put off for more than a month. The government warns both fighters it will be unwise to try to leave the country. While Foreman broods, Ali trains.
We postponed it. He still went to the gym that day. Was the best shape he ever was in Zaire, because there was nothing else to do. Our entertainment was the gymnasium. That was the fun trip.
Stick it. Keep dancing and sticking. Sidestepping. Bouncing off the ropes. Dancing and sticking.
In the meantime, Ali got on the heavy bag and kept his punching power as strong as it was with a sparring partner. In fact, he could hit that heavy bag much harder than he could hit his sparring partner. So we got on the heavy bag each and every day, building up his punching power for the 30 days we was also. When the fight came about, they thought Ali's punching was delicate and everything, and think he had the punching power, but he had built it up on that heavy bag.
In fact, a lot of the people left us in our group. They went on safari. You know, Larry Holmes was there as a sparring partner, you know.
I couldn't see Ali losing that fight, and a lot of times he would lay on the ropes and let the guys bang on him and whatnot, so I didn't know that was a strategy he was going to use, but it turned out to be the strategy that he used to beat George Foreman.
Right.
Have you fought many guys who were talkers in the ring?
No, I never get a chance to talk much. By the time you get to know a fella, it's all over.
The vibrations are against him, the planets are against him, and already he done lost the first 5 rounds.
Right.
Is that right?
That's
are we
right.
gonna dance?
Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Oh, rumble, young man, rumble.
But it did spin the head around of Muhammad Ali. Have to say the heaviest punch so far was definitely landed by Foreman in that exchange. Ali trying to hang on. Might have been just stunned by that blow. Vicious right hand goes whistling by the nose of Ali. Ali continues to talk to George Foreman. Continues to talk, continues to taunt. 30 seconds left in round number 3. Foreman looking for his opening to unload that left hand underneath the heart of Ali and drop the right. There he goes to the right, but it just didn't land that time. Very even fight. 10 seconds left now in round 3. Ali showing his combination. The hand speed, left combination to the head of Foreman. Foreman again takes the right hand right on the left side of the head. The bell ends round 3.
There, that fight, would you say that round went, in fact, to Muhammad Ali?
I would say, yeah, that's his round.
That round went to Muhammad Ali. John Daly, the man behind the fight, is here. We'll ask him in the next round.
Here we go, round 4. Muhammad Ali looks to be the fresher of the two at this point. This is the furthest that George Foreman has gone in a fight since 1972. He's in the 4th round against Muhammad Ali, the dancing master with tremendous hand speed. The left hand scores again. Foreman looking for the opportunity. Has a tremendous look of determination. Staggered! Foreman staggered! Definitely! Right on the button! Right on the jaw of George Foreman!
So he starts banging real hard, jabs, and you look at the film. you start seeing these bombs landing off of George, and George taking a step backwards and sort of hesitating in his thing, and all of a sudden, we're getting the idea, hey, this guy's getting tired. This guy is not hurting our guy, but it took us about 3 rounds, at least 3 rounds, for anybody in the corner would quit hollering and get off the ropes.
Intended target, the jaw of Ali. Foreman tries to score. Ali ties him up in tight. Zach Clayton doing the job separating the fighters. Ali rifles a right to the head of Foreman. Foreman tied up. Ali is getting away with it, tying his man up. There's Ali facing him. Foreman, the strength in his back, you can see as he tries to work downstairs on Ali. Ali hanging on and continues to get away with it. Ali looks a bit concerned, but what would you expect in there against George Foreman? Foreman not scoring these punches at all. Light pouring punches, unusual for George Foreman. Maybe the heat is getting to George Foreman, as his leg at that point looked a bit on the rubbery side. Ali scores a light combination there, but no serious damage done. Both fighters beginning to show signs of a little bit of tiring now, and you have to expect it with the temperatures close to 80 here in Zaire, Africa. Neither one of those punches were damaging to the body of Ali. George Foreman's legs look almost weary now. Does not look strong in the legs to me at all. Right hand missed, the second one just clipped Ali in the back of the head. Muhammad Ali with that straight left hand. Now the left hook trying to catch the right eye of George Foreman, no doubt about it. Ali hanging on behind the head. Foreman hasn't been able to push Ali off and set him up. Misses the right hand. Ali is definitely confusing him. 30 seconds left in round 4. Foreman continues to come on. Ali backs up. Not as much certainly as we expected. Ali hanging tough, not coming in and moving out. Left hand misses, goes over the shoulder of Ali, and again Ali hangs on. Zach Clayton, the referee, separates the 2 fighters. There's the vicious left. No real serious damage done. Ali is getting his hand up. The wild left by the jaw of Ali. Look at Foreman's face. He does look tired. He doesn't have the bounce in his legs. Misses again. The bell ends round 4.
By the end of the 4th round, he just came back confident in the corner and said, I got this guy now. I can knock him out anytime I want to. And, Angelo's, do it now. Who wants to wait around till it starts to rain? And he said, no, I think I'm going to have some fun first.
And the other tribute you had for us was for the referee, right?
I would say Zach did a very good job, especially against...
Here we go. The bell sounds. Round number 5. Ali stood through part of the round as he allows Foreman to back him up. Foreman scored a pretty good right hand that time to the body of Muhammad Ali. Ali's face showing no signs of being hit at all as he takes a light left hand. There's a straight left hand thrown by Ali. Face of Foreman beginning to look marked. No cuts, nobody's been down. We're in round 5. Foreman definitely has a puffy right eye. Straight left hand taken by Foreman. Ali continues to talk to him. Foreman trying to back Ali up and really throws the right hand to the body of Muhammad Ali. Doesn't seem to bother Ali as Ali stands on his toes, works downstairs, goes downstairs. Good left hook by Ali, good left hook by Foreman. Again, the right hand of Ali is going to the left side of the face of Foreman as the infighting is really better for Muhammad Ali, upstairs anyway.
Careful, careful, careful.
Here's some real good shots to the body thrown by Foreman. Foreman on the left of your screen, Ali on the right. Ali leans up against the ropes. Right hand taken on the gloves by Ali. There's a real wild right hand taken in the back of the head of Ali. Foreman with a wild right again. Ali looks like he's trying to rest in this round. His punches are not doing any damage though. Vicious right thrown to the body of Ali. Wild right misses the head of Ali. The left taken on the glove of Ali, the right glove. Foreman pouring. Foreman trying to set him up to the body. Ali does look tired now.
He took shots that he could have avoided. Had he been younger, he would have avoided them. But now he took them, almost invited them in several exchanges, almost to tell the other guy, hey, you can't hurt me. Go ahead and hit, George, you can't hurt me. And of course, George hit all he could, and he did hurt him. But the hurt was not evident until years later.
Foreman just working the body, hasn't hit Ali except once to the face. Neither fighter has been down. Ali picks it up a little bit, about 40 seconds left in round number 5. He's thrown in a couple of rounds. Ali hangs on. Both fighters beginning to show signs of being tired. 30 seconds left in this round 7. Very even fight. Hard to tell exactly who would be out in front, perhaps by a point, maybe 2, one way or the other. Looks like Ali could be out in front with the punches that he's scoring to the head of Foreman. Foreman tries to score some punches, definitely showing some fatigue in the waning seconds in round 7. Ali continues to talk. Foreman tries to deliver some shots to the body. The bell sounds, ending round 7.
At that time, Ali was getting tired. When he came back, and he said, I better get him this round because I'm getting tired.
Do you think Foreman's got a killer punch? If he lands one punch, can he save it?
Well, I would say, yeah, if it lands on the target, any man can take a punch out, can take you out with one punch. But George is fighting foolish.
Here we go, the bell sounds, round number 8, and an even fight here, live via satellite, a video techniques presentation worldwide. Ali working to the head of George Foreman. Ali scores again with a light left hand. That time a straight left, bounces the head back of Foreman. A quick, short jab with the right hand, bounces the head around of Foreman. Foreman looking to deliver the real heavy blows. Now he's bouncing better. Almost falls out of the ring. Ali left that punch, twisted his body to the side, and the left hand went kind of over the shoulder. Ali bends him over. Zach Clayton right on the spot, the referee, chairman of the Pennsylvania State Boxing Commission. Ali, it seems to be, well, kind of going the way he wants. He's not dancing as much as we thought, but he seems able to control him. Now, some pretty good heavy right hand taken on the left side of the cheek by Ali. Good right hand thrown by Foreman that time. Again, for Foreman, it seems to be 1 or 2, maybe 3 good punches. That punch taken on the glove, that one slips by the left ear, tries to go with that right uppercut that felled Kenny Norton. The left hand again thrown out by Foreman. Both fighters now very much more fatigued than they were a round or so ago. The heat is pretty high here, around 80 degrees. The humidity is probably 85 to 90. At age 32, Muhammad Ali is bouncing around pretty good for the 24-year-old Foreman, hanging pretty tough in there. Again, I caution you to look for the one punch that George Foreman can deliver at any time. This man is devastating, to say the least. These punches are not at this particular time. Try to pull a sneaky right hand on Ali. Ali hanging on, getting away with it. The left hand taken on the side of Ali's cheek. The left hook again on the side of the glove. Right hand by Foreman was not effective. The right uppercut did bounce the head a little bit. Punches will not hurt Ali. Ali just takes them, protecting his face at all times, does Ali. Foreman throwing more punches now. Maybe this could be the tactic of Ali to let the man punch himself out.
This is the most joyous scene ever seen in the history of boxing. This is an incredible scene. The place is going wild.
Once again, Ali has achieved the inconceivable. He stands on the ropes and allows the most dangerous fighter in the world to punch away. He calls it rope-a-dope. It works. 10 years after he beat Sonny Liston, 7 years after his title was taken away, Ali reclaims the heavyweight championship of the world. There is no longer any question. Ali is what he always insisted he was. Ali is the greatest. And there is even more to come.
You know, when you're the greatest in the world at doing something, it's got to be awfully hard to ever be convinced that you can't do it. And it's got to be awfully hard to ever be convinced that you should be doing something else. I mean, telling him to stop fighting was like telling Picasso to stop painting.
It is 1975. Ali has knocked out George Foreman to finally regain his crown and secure his stature as one of the greatest boxers of all time. Still, in his mind, he has unfinished business. Having split 2 memorable fights, Ali signs on for a 3rd match against his arch-rival, Smokin' Joe Frazier.
1 minute he was standing so tall, the next second he began to fall. It was a first round knockout, 1 punch and then first round knockout, and he was out until a count of 10.
All of us thought he was shot. All of us thought he was finished. All of us thought it was going to be a nice, easy fight where Ali comes out, dances around, the heat, the dum-ba-dum-ba-dum, and knocks him out in 7, 8, 9 rounds, and it ain't going to be that hard. That's what we figured. And I think Ali figured that, too. He was running around being the #1 celebrity in the Philippines. He didn't train real hard. He didn't kill himself. It wasn't like the first fight.
Ali complicates matters by leaving his wife, Belinda, at home with their children and taking another woman, Veronica Porsche, to the Philippines.
We had a big reception when we got there, and that's when Muhammad introduced Veronica as his wife. Somebody tried to say it was in the paper that Muhammad was there with his wife, but he introduced Veronica because I was standing right there to Marcos and said, "This is my wife." You know, that's a game guy that can do that, especially when you have a wife back in the States.
And probably, you know, one of the most interesting moments of my life was the moment that I was interviewing Ali in Manila a couple of mornings before the fight with Frazier. We were doing this interview for the Today Show, sitting in the living room of his hotel suite, and at that moment, Belinda, his wife, arrived at the airport in the Philippines, having read in the newspapers and heard the reports about the woman, Veronica, his next wife, who was then in the Philippines.
I remember when Belinda arrived, she came right into the hotel. It was a quick arrival, quick departure.
And she burst into the suite as we were conducting this interview. Ali very gracefully excused himself, went into the bedroom with Belinda. From the bedroom, there came loud noises, raised voices, you might say. And Angelo Dundee, ever the diplomat, turned to me and to my camera crew and said, "I think maybe we should go get a cup of coffee," which we did. We went downstairs, had a cup of coffee, waited about an hour, came back up. There was peace, there was no blood in sight, and we finished the interview.
Gotta hold the gorilla. Gotta capture the gorilla.
Ali, psychologically savage, Frazier worse than anybody I've ever seen. I mean, worse than Foreman, because Foreman only got it for 1 fight. This guy got it for 3 fights.
Get the man on out of here.
'Cause I'm gonna do something to you.
You got all the time.
And you're in Manila, you're in my country too. I'm gonna win every round, because over in that country, the one who wins is the one who loses is the one who get hit on the head the most.
I'm
gonna hit you on your head the most.
I promise.
I promise you I'll hit you on your head the most.
That when I come down today, you know, we're not gonna get all worked up, and we're not gonna make
I'm just telling
too
the
much
truth.
noise, because
I'm just telling the truth.
I don't want to be brand with that.
I'm just gonna hit you on your head. I'll hit your head.
Get about the
I'm
head
just gonna hit you on your
situation.
head.
What about your body?
And not really recognizing that he was really being a little too cruel.
It's going to be a thriller and a chiller and a killer when I get the gorilla in Manila.
Dug deep into Frazier's psyche. I mean, you know, it was just, you start to kid with a guy and you start to get under his skin, and when any little thing you say becomes huge. Well, Frazier was that. By this time, he had really perfected his act. He had a little gorilla he'd pull out and punch the little gorilla, and he had a chilla in Manila, chilla in Manila with a thriller in Manila with a gorilla in Manila. By the time he got through rhyming chilla, thriller, Manila, gorilla, I mean, he just wouldn't stop. He had 15 new rhymes every day.
Well, number one, he's too ugly to be the world heavyweight champion. Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier is so ugly, his face should be donated to the Bureau of Wildlife.
Man's too slow. Man's too ugly. Man can't think. He's a geechee. He's some snuffs. There he is, Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier. All right, get him out of here. You make me nervous. Get him out of here, man.
But Frazier was training hard. I mean, Frazier was training hard.
You really want to hurt him, do you, for 15 rounds?
For 15 rounds, I want to beat on him.
You see, that's what I meant when I said, do you hate him? I mean, there's this thing in you that wants really to hurt him.
Well, the main thing about it, I figure like when you knock a man out, you take him out of his misery. Suffer him a little bit, beating on him, that hurts him more than anything in the world.
I'm going to knock him out. I'm going to knock him out. He must fall. He must fall. He must fall.
Something I tell him during the instructions, when the referees give us instructions of the first clinch or two we're in, whisper it in his ear. He's a little shorter than him, so I can just look right down on him and, you know, Joe, so-and-so, so-and-so. Joe, so-and-so, be good, Joe, now. I'd be a good, but no, now, Joe, don't do that now. You know, I got something to tell him.
He says that he's going to whisper something to you, the first clinch. Mm-hmm. Do you have any guess what he's going to whisper?
Whatever it is, I'm going to whisper right back to him the same thing.
Ali Frazier 3 was Ali Frazier 3. There's nothing to compare it to. We come into this arena in Quezon City. There's no air conditioning. It's a circular arena, so there's like a gap between the roof and the top of the cement. And air ostensibly comes through there, and there are some kind of ceiling fans, you know. That's the theory. In practice, the referee should have been Dante, and I guess Veronica should have been Beatrice, because this was a trip through hell.
So when the fight started, first of all, to set the scene, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. It was an enormously hot day in a closed arena that didn't have air conditioning, and packed. I mean, you couldn't get another person in there sideways. They were hanging in the, when they say hanging in the rafters, they were hanging in the rafters.
Proudly present the Thriller in Manila. Introducing in the blue corner from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA, the challenger and former heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Frazier. Kentucky, USA, the heavyweight champion of the world, Muhammad Ali. 15 rounds for the heavyweight championship of the world.
Frazier smiling as Ali talks to him. It's 15 rounds. The ring is 21 by 21, a rather large ring.
Which is beneficial for Ali.
And which should help the champion. It's 15 rounds, and here is round one. Staying low to get away from that jab. Frazier smiling. to work the body. Frazier keeps smiling as he corners Ali to the rope. Ali beats him to the punch. The referee call is Padilla. Ali apparently doesn't want to get trapped on the rope. Good punches by Frazier now as he's got Ali on the rope. Ali with the rope-a-dope. Frazier looking for an opening here. This is almost a replica of Ali and Foreman last year.
I remember one exchange right in front of us, right over where we were at, where he was just coming on. Frazier was coming on. He thumped two tremendous body shots. And Ali, because he likes to talk to people and get them off their game, said, and they told me you were through, Joe. And they told me you were finished, Joe. And Joe said, they lied, champ. They lied, and thumped him two more great hooks to the body. And when he got through thumping his body, because he was smaller and Ali was taller, Ali had two tremendous blood blisters where his hip bone is. Big hematomas, collections of purple collections of blood. He took a beating like you could never believe anybody could take a beating. But such is a measure of Ali's toughness.
Coming up to round 6. 1/3.
The tactics had to be the same. They had to be the same because of his stature and his strengths.
In the first fight, Eddie had figured that whenever Ali dropped his hand to uppercut, which was a favorite thing, he'd drop his hand, then he was completely free to throw a hook at the same moment he threw it, and that caught him and dropped him. He hit him a million times with that hook. Eddie was right. Futch was right on the money.
I don't know what they score for aggressiveness in the Philippines, but Frazier has been the aggressor all the way.
But nothing happened. Because Ali, I don't know what made that guy take that kind of punch. He wasn't built like a guy could take a punch. He's built like a ballet dancer. I mean, he seemed like you could just knock him right over. But he was an incredibly tough man and more competitive than anybody could possibly dream of or write of.
expected a punch. That's why I thought it was Ali. Ali dancing for the first time.
The fight went in segments. First, Ali did real good. Then Joe came back and said, no, I'm still here, and here comes some of mine. And then he came on real good.
This is a good round for Frazier.
Well, as I said earlier, Joe is really starting to smoke. It looked a little shaky from the go, but Joe is starting to smoke, and I think we're going on at a pretty good pace now, and either man may win it right now.
Here's round 8. Ali's trunks are dropping little by little. The supporter is obvious now. No knockdowns. By Ali. Round 11, 5 to go. Ali alternately dancing, fighting flat-footed, and going to the rope. Joe got off the ropes that time. Now this is a switch. Joe is on the rope. Super fight all the way here in the Philippine Coliseum. So far, a good round for Ali. Over in Frazier's corner. Referee trying to get them out of there. Frazier teeing off on Ali now with the right hand. Ali will probably open up all of a sudden. A minute to go in the round.
We had a signal when it become 30 seconds, I would let him know it's 30 seconds. And when it become 15 seconds, I would let him know. When it become 10 or 5 seconds, I would let him know. We did this in order for Ali to finish the round strong. Say, for instance, if he had been slacking in the round and come 30 seconds, he want to finish strong to attract judges and the referee's eyes. He would get the opponent in the corner wherever he had and turn loose on him. This enabled Ali to finish strong to attract the judge and the referee's eyes and attention.
15 seconds to go in the round. left in the round. Grabbing around the neck. Big round for Ali. Ali slips. Ali holding. Frazier looked awful tired, is puffed around both eyes now. Ken Norton.
Don, for the first time, Frazier sustained a small cut under his right eye.
And he's very puffy under those eyes.
Very puffy.
Lost his mouthpiece again. I didn't see it come out.
As long as the cut is under the eye, it shouldn't be too bad for him because the blood cannot run into the eye.
Getting a little smelling salts there, Ken. We're waiting for round 14. I would think that Ali has regained the command of the fight.
That's very true. Ali seems to coast until he sees an opening. When he has the opening, he seems to throw a big, rapid flurry. This has been Joe's downfall. Joe cannot match hand speed with him, so when Ali throws a quick flurry, Joe is very vulnerable. Very vulnerable.
Joe has taken a lot of punishment in the last couple of rounds. Anyway, we're coming up to round 14.
I got 8-4-1.
Ali has gone out for a knockout, I think, in this round. Whether he gets it or not is something else. What about the interview in the ring? That he had in the middle rounds.
So that when in the 14th round, Ali just about took his head off. I mean, I was just cringing. I was praying that they'd stop it for Joe's sake. I mean, we were close to fatality there. And the heat had depleted them. They were both so dehydrated. They were in such danger. I mean, the place was like a time bomb. It was like 4 more punches and you go to the hospital and get your head pumped or something. You know, it was like a terrible moment.
Frazier's badly hurt. Biggest round of the fight for anybody. Frazier was within a punch or two of going down. The doctor comes up and looks at Frazier. I think it's going to be over. It's all over.
Well, the fight ended because Muhammad was doing a number on Joe Frazier, and Eddie Futch, who's a tremendous human being, realized that it was the end of the road because I didn't know what the heck was keeping Joe up. I think Joe would have got himself knocked out because he didn't see the right-hand shots coming, and Muhammad was really zeroing in with his shots, and Joe couldn't get out of the way of the punches. That's why I think Eddie stopped the fight because he couldn't get out of the way of the punches.
Now, what would have happened, many people say, if Frazier had gotten up? Ali would have gotten up and gone out and given him another big whipping. He didn't measure himself to 15 and that's it. He went to 15, and if they said it's one more, he'll go one more. I mean, he was the most well-conditioned, toughened body that I've ever seen on any fighter, coupled with an instinctive urge to win. Never, never, never quit.
In a bruising and brutal fight that ended with Joe Frazier sitting in his corner, the loser, and Muhammad Ali lying on the floor, the winner, Ali is still the heavyweight champion of the world.
And the constant pounding that finally took effect. But he is great. I don't know no other fighter today besides myself who could beat Joe Frazier. I know no one else today besides me who could beat him the way he fought tonight. He would have whooped anybody.
I thought that my man fought a good fight, and I guess we'll be beating each other sometime again, I hope anyway. But when you see him and I, it's always to be a fight. That's a promise.
He said that's the closest to come to death anybody can come. In the 14th round when he's sitting on that stool, he said he was ready to quit if Joe hadn't quit.
I think after that third fight with Joe Frazier, it was so harsh. It was so destructive to both men. Both would have done well to quit. The measure of attrition of brain tissue, of kidney tissue, everything that went with that fight was as close to death as you can get in the ring.
Now Herbert came to me and he said these Japanese people have come to him with all kinds of money for Ali to go over and fight this wrestler, Inoki, in Japan, Antonio Inoki. You know, Inoki is a great, great wrestler. You know, professional wrestlers are all performers. The thing is a fraud.
But here, come on, show me how strong are you.
Ali's fight in Tokyo with Antonio Inoki was basically Bob Arum thought up scam that was going to be ha-ha, ho-ho, we're going to go over there, it's going to be orchestrated, it's going to be a lot of fun, and it's just a joke. And when we got over there, we found out nobody was laughing.
So this is round one of the 15th round. Inoki tries a dive. He tries another dive with Muhammad Ali. Down the farthest spot. Now Inoki can referee, the bell separating them.
Finally, the end of the 15th round, Ali Eaton's son was the referee. He calls it a draw, right? And the draw, so fine, okay, it was terrible, it was embarrassing, but Ali is bleeding from the legs, right? He gets an infection in his legs, almost has to have an amputation. Not only the Norton fight would have not happened, but Ali could have been a cripple for the rest of his life.
I thought beating Frazier, certainly the hint was there that you don't need to do this anymore, or much more. He fought various other fights that were easy money to make and so forth, but he fought some very tough ones along in there. I thought the real cutoff place was Norton in Yankee Stadium.
Damn hook. I don't make no prediction on no round, but this will be just as great because I've never knocked out Norton. I stopped Joe Frazier. I stopped George Foreman. I ain't never stopped Norton. Excuse me for biting my lip, but this is what colorful do to get mad.
Kenny, this doesn't come under the heading of news, but Ali is talking knockout.
Well, that's his prerogative. He can say what he wants to say. It's a free country, it's a free world, and man's a free man, so he can say what he wants to say, right? Watch how great men come back. Watch how great men prove critics wrong. Get your tickets and come to watch me knock Norton out. I will knock Norton out. Hey.
Norton is forcing Ali to change his style now.
That's correct. Ali has not been too effective with his flat-footed and rope-a-dope style, so he's going to try something just a little bit different.
Ali, in his true style, shouldn't have had any difficulty with Norton because Ali would dance and prance and extend his jabs, and he could throw a right cross with both feet, not even on the canvas, and hit you with it. You know, he was that kind of had that dexterity in his footwork, and it was all coordinated with his arms and legs.
Ali moves and he can stick with that punch, right left. Every time the crowd reacts to something Ali does, it wakes him right up.
Now you might ask if Ali is effective this way, why he doesn't do it more often. The answer is that at age 34, he cannot sustain this kind of attack.
Yeah, Ali can't do this more than 3 or 4 rounds. That's a hard right by Kenny. He got Ali in the corner. Ali is holding on and pushes him out.
Kenny is sneering at him now.
Norton has a very confident look on his face. Ali lands 2 left, right into the bell. This fight is really getting to be something here now.
You see Norton strut to his corner?
Oh, yeah. Ali is on the hard right. Another right, another left by Ali. Kenny Norton is standing up taking those punches. Norton is taking all these punches.
Comes back with a nice jab.
You know, when the title fight is on the line like this, you wonder what's going through the opponent's mind, the champion's mind. But you don't have to wonder what's going through the challenger's mind. That title is on his mind. Norton comes back with a right. Now Norton hollers at him.
They got a little scuffle after the bell that time.
Yes. Yeah, this fight here is going to be something. Crowd here at Yankee Stadium. this could be the winning round. Whoever wins this round could win the fight here tonight, just like the second Ali-Norton fight 3 years ago. A lot of fans are cheering for Ali. Norton is talking to Ali.
The 15th round was the round that was going to clinch this. I heard Norton's corner say to him, now look, you got this fight in your vest pocket. You're winning. Go out there, don't get careless. You mean you better coast on this round because you've got it.
Well, Norton comes in. Ali blocked a couple of those shots. He didn't land too hard.
That was a pretty good right-left-right combination.
Comes back with a left. 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the 15th and final round of this championship fight at Yankee Stadium. Norton lunges in. Norton may be getting a little too anxious. Norton is saying, I haven't finished with you yet. Less than a minute in the 15th round, and the fight is just about even. Ali is jabbing, he's dancing, and he's moving. Ali is coming in with some blows. Norton is getting wild in the 15th round.
The way he did the other in the 15th round. He's all over him. Chasing him.
Now he tags Ali with a hard right. Comes back to the body of Ali. As we look at the crowd over there, Ali's side.
Norton says, hey, he's shouting at him. Norton's shouting at him. Slayton picks him up. I think Norton has won this fight. I'll be very surprised if Norton has not won this fight.
And it's a very close fight. This was a...
Scores the fight. 8 rounds, Ali. 6 rounds, Norton. 1 even.
And now Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali is the winner. And still the heavyweight champion.
I thought it was a terrible decision, bluntly.
You think you won it?
I do, yes.
Won it big. Would you like another shot at Muhammad?
Yes, as soon as possible.
Although the record books will show that you won tonight, you really don't sound very happy about it. You kind of sound like the loser.
Yeah, I lost. I got beat.
He thought he lost. He said to me, I'm through, I got to get out of here. I'm not going to fight anymore. He said to me, and we were alone in the dressing room right after the fight. There was a momentary surcease activity. I was alone with him for a moment, and he said, I lost that fight, and I shouldn't fight again. And I said, you better say that again. You're starting to fall apart. You can't fight again. And he said, I won't. I said, yeah, but you will.
But of course, Ali does fight again. In 1978, he loses his title in a decision to Leon Spinks. Late in the year, Ali wins the rematch, becoming the only fighter ever to win the heavyweight title 3 times. Ali's boxing skills have clearly eroded, but his presence as a global figure is still unequaled. So Ali retires and becomes a global ambassador for his causes: peace, goodwill, and the Nation of Islam. Everyone, from world leaders to barefoot children, smiles at the mention of his name and beams at the opportunity to meet him.
A few days after defeat, can you believe all of this? A few days after so-called defeat, they don't recognize that. All of these people, look at these people. This is a blessing from Almighty God. These are my fans, my people, because I put God first. The book says, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, then all things shall come to you. Ain't this living proof? People running for miles. People running for miles just to see and meet the champion.
He's on the attack and a big right there to Ali's jaw. And Ali coming back, but he looked hurt by that one. Well, he's got to keep the fight at long range if he's going to tame this boy, because he's a local schoolboy champion and he's undefeated. A little bit of fun there from Ali, but he looks in trouble. His right eye is nearly closing, and he's down! Only the fourth time in his career he's been put down by Sonny Banks, Henry Cooper, Joe Frazier, and now 12-year-old Gassuddin, and the crowd can't believe it. Ali tottering to his corner.
Never before in the annals of diplomacy has there been a journey quite like that of Mr. Ambassador Muhammad Ali, sent to Africa by the president to drum up support for a boycott of the Moscow Olympics.
You learned a lot, so did we, and I'm very grateful for the result that you obtained. Good luck to you, and I look forward to getting a good report from you.
Not here to change nobody's mind or brainwash them or push our views on them. We're just here to let the people know what's happening and how we feel, and they make their own decision. Coming on this mission is something that I wanted to do myself. It is my strong belief that a great injustice has been done to mankind by Russia overtaking and killing people of Afghanistan.
But the ring still lures him, and in 1980, Ali announces that he is coming back. Again, he wants to fight for the title, currently held by Larry Holmes.
I shall return. I will regain it on the 3rd.
What is it that motivates a retired champion to come back?
To be champion again. That's what motivates you, to be champion. And once you've been there, it's something to be sitting in that thing, you know? And then that's what motivates you, to be champion again. And I think that's what Ali's thinking about.
We're going. Get ready, champ. Get ready. Get ready, champ. Get ready, champ. Get ready.
Champion of all champions, Ali will fall. He won't go 8 rounds, I predict it. Ali will fall. The old man is in serious trouble.
I know the history of Larry Holmes. I saw Larry work with Muhammad in a gymnasium. Muhammad could handle a Larry Holmes.
Got to give me my just dues on the fight. It's a Holmes-Ali fight. It's not an Ali-Holmes fight. It's Holmes-Ali. And Ali had his day. This is my day. I say Ali used to float like a butterfly. He used to sting like a bee. But when he fight Larry Holmes, he'll fall in round 3.
I'm gonna fall in 3. You was crazy. You slapped me.
That's just the beginning of what you're gonna get. You ain't knocked nobody out in 67, 76, and you say you're gonna knock me out. I ain't never been out 35 fights.
Yeah, I'm gonna knock you out. And you scared of me. You know you meeting your master. You know you meeting your master.
I swear to God. I'm knocking you out.
Knock me out. You are my sparring partner. Remember that. You are my sparring partner. And you listen. I'm superior. I'm the world's greatest.
That's all I know. No, great fight. No, wait a minute, no, y'all ain't gonna get it. No, we gonna get paid for this one. We get paid for this one. You were the greatest. You were the greatest.
I was the greatest.
You don't have to hold it. You ain't no fool.
Is it a great spectacle? It's the greatest event that I've ever put together because I have a brother fighting a son, Ali being the brother who opened the door for me, and Larry Holmes being a son whom I watched develop and grow into the heavyweight champion. I would be remiss as a father if I did not stand beside the son.
I had a very difficult time at first when I signed to fight Muhammad Ali because he was a legend. And nobody wanted to see this guy get beat. And a lot of people in the boxing business and the media business knew that my chances was 90% chances that I would win the fight. And a lot of people didn't understand that. But to get out of the shadow that Ali cast upon me was to fight him. And that's what I did.
Muhammad was in the best shape of his life. He couldn't be better, trained properly. He got to look like the young Muhammad Ali, the physique, the big shoulders. I couldn't understand it, you know, and afterward, naturally, I found out he was taking thyroid pills.
I think this is the only time I saw fear in Ali's face before the fight. We came in the ring first, due to who Holmes was the champ at that time. So when Holmes came in the ring, Ali kept signifying. So Holmes walked over to us, which Ali and I were standing side by side, and he hit Ali with an elbow punch, like in the chest. That's the first time I saw a little fear, or a little doubt in Ali's eyes.
It was a contest. He was out there giving a bit of an argument. His left hand was going into play, but it got worse and worse as he went along.
Ali didn't do any sweating. Didn't sweat at all. The towel that I always carry on my shoulders to wipe the sweat off Ali, I used myself coming up and down the stairs, but Ali didn't sweat at all, and we didn't know why. Later on, we discovered he had been taking those pills, and they had dried him up. So as he kept fighting and not sweating, automatically lost all his ability to perform or even almost stand. And I said, "You're not dancing. I keep giving you a signal to dance. You're not dancing." So he leaned back and told me, he says, "I'm tired." So when he told me that, I just pulled right back and didn't say no more, because I know if he make the statement that he was tired, he was tired.
So when he started taking that licking against the ropes and he pulled up, I thought maybe possibly he, you know, get his nose busted or a cut eye, because Larry started him those uppercuts.
There was some discussion of stopping the fight round. I said maybe the 7th or 8th round. But that was between Boomdeen and Angelo at that time. They was discussing whether they should stop it or whether they shouldn't. But I think Ali kept saying he wanted to go on himself, you know, so Ali being the boss, no one stopped it.
Now anything can go wrong. That's what worried me. I didn't want him to get injured.
But I talked to Holmes after, and Holmes told me, say, up until 8th round, he had no idea what we was up to, because he knew we had a few tricks in our bag.
Well, Drew wanted the fight to go on. Poor Drew, you know, had faith right up until the last second. No. I said, no, I'm stopping this fight.
And I didn't say this for years and years and years, but now I can say it. I didn't want to hurt Ali. I didn't want to bang him out. I hit him hard at times. I hit him hard enough to win the fight, and that's what I did.
All of my fans, you gotta recognize him. We gotta be honest. He won clean and square and fair, and I'll just say, give him your support from here on until I return. Right on.
Muhammad Ali and Larry Holmes, y'all. Two great champions.
This man who helped me grow, this man helped me in his camp, gave me the opportunity to learn and to be with him, to see what a champion is really all about. More important than all of being a champion, giving me a chance to see what a great human being he really is. And I love the man and don't care what nobody say about it, and I respect him one hell of a lot.
Why'd you whoop me like that?
Well, I had to whoop you because it was you or me.
I would like Muhammad to stop because he's got nothing to prove. He's done everything. He's the best thing that ever happened to boxing. But I would want Muhammad Ali to be involved in boxing because all of us will be lesser people in this world without Muhammad Ali.
Well, after the fight, Ali checked into the UCLA Medical Center where he was given a thorough examination, and here's Don Oliver with the story.
Ali said he checked into the hospital because he hadn't felt well before last week's fight
and he wanted to know what was wrong.
I wasn't myself the night for Holmes. I couldn't get away from punches. My timing was off. My reflexes were slow. And I was weak and tired after the first round.
Ultimately, it is determined that Ali suffers from Parkinson's syndrome, probably caused from receiving so many blows to the head in the ring. His speech is slurred and his movements are slower, but his spirit remains strong. In 1986, Ali marries for the 4th time to Lonnie Williams, a woman from Louisville he's known for more than 20 years.
Muhammad and I are best friends. We're husband and wife, and he's also like my brother. So it's an unusual combination.
I used to babysit him.
You really did?
Yes. I always say I mother him because I have a very strong motherly instinct. But I do take care of him in a way that I think a wife should take care of her husband. I think that is proper. But Muhammad is my baby.
Muhammad Ali underwent neurological tests at a New York hospital today. The 42-year-old former heavyweight boxing champion is suffering from a disorder of the nervous system that has slurred his speech and slowed his motions.
Are you worried at all?
Worried about what? What you talking about, man?
There have been stories in the paper that say that you could be seriously sick.
They said I'm crazy. There have been stories about my draft dodger, stories about I changed my name, I was crazy. Stories about Parkinson. Now, when you get Parkinson, you shake, right? Am I shaking?
Nope.
Not noticeable.
If I had Parkinson, I'd be shaking.
No matter what happens to him, the Muhammad Ali story is a triumphant story because he did triumph and he did change his own life and he changed the lives of so many other people. He affected millions of people and he got them to raise their aspirations and he got them to achieve things that they couldn't have achieved.
I'm a healthy 34-year-old woman, and I can't keep up with this man, but he consistently does it.
I have that picture, man. That picture you took that, I know what that was.
About 2 years old.
I was 4. Oh, look at that voice. Look at baby. I was so shy.
What people don't know about Muhammad is Muhammad's very healthy. He may not be Muhammad that they knew 15 years ago, but Muhammad's very healthy. He has what they call Parkinson's syndrome. He does not have Parkinson's disease. Muhammad really is very easy to live with by himself. He's quiet. Most of the time he gets up early at 5 to pray. And he starts reading the Quran, or he may go downstairs and sign Islamic literature to pass out, pre-sign it, as he says.
Ali's story reads like a biblical tale of a prophet who came from humble beginnings and went on to unite the world by becoming the most famous man in it. His life is a tribute to all of us, to the possibility inherent in humanity, to the importance of standing for something, fighting for your beliefs, and to the triumph of courage over fear. Ultimately, his message was a love of life, a love of people, reminding us of our own humanity by remembering to laugh at himself.
I think Muhammad's greatest contribution to the world is his selflessness. Muhammad is such a giving person. He doesn't even like to admit how giving he is. And when you have people like this in the world that you can model yourself after, if you care to model yourself after, if you try to model yourself after, we'd have such a beautiful place to live in. Because Muhammad's such a beautiful person.
Another one, Sonny Robo.
I never wanted to come to that day where I looked on Ali and felt sorry for him or for myself. Since he's a reflection of all of us who grew up with him, you realize you're getting older too, and maybe you ain't what you used to be either.
I must be the greatest. I told the world. I shook up the world. I shook up the world.
You feel good being around him, and you want to stay with him. You don't want him to go because you enjoy the feeling so.
was a remarkable person in the society. Who else could have gravitated from the White House to Buckingham Palace to the Kremlin?
The most important thing to me about Muhammad Ali is he's the greatest modern warrior that I know. He's the greatest warrior of my time.